Honorable guests, conference participants, please take your seats. Please note that in the simultaneous interpretation available to you, Latvian is on channel 1, Ukrainian, the language of our friends and conference co-organizers, on channel 2, and English on channel 3. There will be no scheduled coffee breaks, but coffee and snacks will be available on the first floor in the whole conference time. Cienījamie konferences dalībnieki.
Dear participants of the conference, please take your seats. We have simultaneous interpretation available. Switch to channel 1 for Latvia, and our friends and core organizers, or the Ukrainian language, will be provided on channel 3 and English on channel 2. Please also take note that there will be no official coffee breaks, but the coffee and snacks will be served throughout the conference on the first floor of our venue.
By singing it together. The text is available in your folders. Lūdzu jūs piecelties, lai kopīgā dziedājumā godinātu Latvijas valsts himnu. Dear foreign colleagues, please put on your headphones, as the introduction to the event will be in the official Latvian language. Lūdzu, konferences atklāšanai vārds.
Now the floor is given to the President of the Latvian Constitutional Court, Madam Irēna Kuciņa, for the opening of the conference. Honourable Madam Minister for Justice, Honourable Acting President of the Ukrainian Constitutional Court, dear colleagues, justices, professors, and also the partners of the European Union and European Council project support for the constitutional justice development in Ukraine. Welcome to the international conference titled The Role of the Constitutional Courts in Ensuring the Resilience of Common European Values in face of contemporary challenges. Dear colleagues, today Kyiv is in mourning as it mourns the deaths of yet another devastating devastating blow inflicted upon it by the Russian invaders. And in our thoughts and hearts, we are together with Ukrainian victims and our Ukrainian colleagues. Let's have a minute of silence to commemorate those victims.
Paldies.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, through multilateral dialogue, we have established the range of judicial challenges that we need to address as a priority on our agenda, and there is a wide range of various challenges. The main value of the European Union is democracy with a rule of law as its backbone. Today, in the eyes of our societies, optimism about democracy is, if not waning, is getting weaker and weaker. One could even say that it seems that democracy has lost the future, has no future. We are very seriously concerned about our countries, about our societal resilience and the future of democracy. Decay of democracy during the interwar period in the European Union has taught us very clearly that democracy cannot be taken for granted, as it is very fragile. History and today's situation shows clearly that each generation needs to reaffirm the values that underpin democracy, and courts must do so as well. Today we are witnessing a direct attack on democracy, both from inside and outside. At this very moment, democratic Ukraine is fighting against autocratic, imperialistic Russia, trying to push back its invasion. Most of the democratic countries are on the side of Ukraine, but unfortunately, I have to also admit that not all democratic countries are supporting Ukraine. Thus, they are undermining the core values of democracy and legitimizing aggressive war against a sovereign country. However, non-democratic regimes do not want to only achieve military victory, they also want to achieve intellectual and moral victory. They want the world to believe that democracy is weak and autocracy is much better. Many instruments, along with populism, undermining of the trust in the government and government institutions, are being used as weapons against democracy in the hybrid war waged against democratic countries. We should not allow such narratives about the democracy and rule of law being weak and our inability to defend ourselves to permeate the discourse. And also the use of modern technologies to manipulate the minds of the people is another emerging threat to the democracy. Instead of being an odd one out, it's becoming an everyday occurrence. The enemies of the democracy have found the biggest vulnerability democracy has, that is not protected. It is a public discussion, public discourse, public forum, a place where society discusses matters important for it. Instead of that, new infrastructure, new platforms are being created to shape the opinion of the people and government institutions through covert manipulations, and such platforms are based on the principles that allow to shape or manipulate the public thought. They disseminate disinformation very quickly, creating fake reality with emotionally charged content in order to capture the attention of the audience as much as possible and harm democratic discourse as much as possible. Countries governed by the rule of law have created legal mechanisms to defend its democracy. National, supranational, international courts, Venice Commission, and other organizations and formats that are applying various kinds of safeguards in order to respond to various challenges to democracy. International political developments require also courts to acquire a deeper understanding of how political processes are happening and which political processes might be harmful for the democratic values and their integrity. Constitutional courts can solve any political issue through legal means. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dynamic development of democracy requires us to apply the principles of self-defending or militant democracy that have worked fine until now, and constitutional courts and European Court of Human Rights applies this principle very masterfully. However, with these emerging threats to the democracy, the self-defending democracy must be updated on constant basis and develop further every day. For example, the Latvian Constitutional Court, through its case law, has disseminated a very important statement in one of its judgments regarding the pre-election or electoral campaigns only in official language to defend our democratic processes and guarantee the stability of our democratic system. We can apply these extra measures. It is important to make sure that during the election campaigns, paid election campaigns, there is very little opportunity to spread Russia's aggressive policy through different statements supporting such policy, and thus negatively affecting those people here in Latvia that would like Latvia to approximate politically Russia. And similarly, we have also responded to Russian citizens being required to know the official language in order to extend their residence permits here in Latvia. And Constitutional Court very clearly indicated that Russian citizenship at the moment is one of the reasons why Latvia feels unsafe, and that is why Russian citizens living in Latvia should be reassessed on the individual basis. In order to guarantee our national security, our government needs to implement such extra measures, especially at the moment when Russia is invading the Ukraine. Court took into account that due to the extended geopolitical situation here in the Baltic Sea region being subject to the Russia's influence and Russia's aggression and challenging military and hybrid behavior, our national security is under threat, also from the information war that uses propaganda and misinformation. So in this context, the court has responded, and there are many judgments that we are going to discuss today. And through these judgments and case law, we have clarified how we should defend our democracy, through which means today's international conference once again confirms that international cooperation and values-based solidarity contributes to our ability to better face various challenges and threats. Conference is an important platform where constitutional courts can discuss how we are defending our democracies on the national level, and how we respond nationally to the geopolitical tensions while also balancing the human rights with these protections and limitations. So the efficient implementation of the rights and freedoms is best possible in democracy. However, it should not be directed against the independence of countries or the principles of rule of law. These are values that are important for any state, and courts are not only making sure that everyone's rights, everyone's legal interests and freedoms are being observed. Today, we also need to defend our democratic processes and national security and make sure that it's stable in a long term. Beyond doubt, in emergency situations, at times of crisis, we need to limit some of the rights and freedoms of human beings. The bigger are the threats to our democracy, the further we need to go to defend our democracy. And where is the line that we should not go beyond, even despite these threats? How to efficiently control and monitor whether emergencies and crises are being put under the restrictions that are meaningful and proportionate, and when have we overstepped the line, when the new normal is no longer acceptable, and when assessing the constitutional importance of such restrictions in the geopolitical context, should we take into account the level of the threats to our national independence. Dear colleagues, I would like to conclude by underlining that Latvia is a stable democracy. We highly value our independence and rule of law, our society, predicting the future was very clear about the threats that we were about to face because many of our citizens were under the influence of Russia. We could see that on an everyday basis, and they had a different understanding or immunity towards our policies and the resistance to it. However, the Constitutional Court had found efficient ways to protect our democracy. Despite these turbulent times, we must all stand on guard and strengthen our democracy. We must defend our lifestyle, our freedoms, and our responsibilities and obligations. The constitutions of the European Union member states protect our statehood and our common values, but not just these values are protected by the individual countries, but also together, because together we are stronger. Thank you.
And now we give the floor for address Minister for Justice of the Republic of Latvia, Madam Ines Lībiņa-Egnere. Honorable President of the Constitutional Court, President of the Ukrainian Constitutional Court, esteemed judges of the Court of Justice of the European Union, European Court of Human Rights, judges and guests of the conference, judges from other countries, and representatives from the legal science environment. Today, indeed, we are all honored to gather here at this conference held by the Latvian Constitutional Court. And today is a possibility for us to bring closer our understandings, which are not that different, but still might differ, our perspective, our opinions on how to protect our common values, which are the red lines of the rule of law, and what exactly, we can discuss what exactly the role of the Constitutional Court is in this process. Today, this year we'll be celebrating the 35th anniversary of restoring the independence of Latvia, and we can say really that we live in times that do not give us much time for philosophical reflections to develop the doctrine. We live in this reality which requires courageous action that saves human lives and peaceful existence of nations and states. Currently, the emergency situation, the way we call it, this has become the new normal. War here in Europe, purposeful pushing people across the borders of the Baltic states, of Poland, and currently also across the borders of the Nordic countries, cyber attacks and constant attempts to contest the mechanisms for protecting democracy in European courts. And we are looking with anxiety at the effectiveness of international rule of law. It sometimes seems it only reaches as far as it complies with the interests of a minority power. And let's be very direct, the major nuclear power in the world is directly, indirectly attempting to destroy smaller countries in order to subject them. And currently the fight is ongoing, in order to use different kind of disinformation to win human minds, to undermine trust in one's own country, democracy, and to decrease the ability and the wish to resist in society and institutions. And the main challenge is that the brutal power sometimes prevails over the rule of law, and it is threatening our existence. We can conclude that the democratic part of the world in the global balance of powers is a minority, and our values, democratic values based upon the post-war never again principle and very strict standards of human rights and mechanisms for protecting human rights now are meeting challenges. Today we have a lot to do. First of all, to hold together and to protect our common values. And actually, we can see examples here in Europe where democracy becomes undermined, democracies are becoming transformed, and authoritarianism becomes more popular, and we see that power is concentrated only in one branch of the power. How to protect oneself against hybrid threats, informative manipulations, which are all expressions of this war. How to find the tools to protect democracy and this rule-governed state when it is threatened by undemocratic authoritarian country. This is no longer the so-called million-dollar question. This is now the question of million innocent lives. And here we also see in Europe the brightness of the red lines differs depending upon the geographical and geopolitical closeness to threat or understanding, even historical understanding of the price of freedom. Therefore, we, the Baltic countries, we have to continue outlining very actively our red lines in the joint European map, in the joint understanding of the rule of law. Our red line is the dignity of every person, democratic freedom, and national sovereignty of the countries. We will never give up our country because of internal or external cowardice or confusion. It's a question of proportionality, whether our extreme measures of today will be proportional tomorrow. Perhaps only the future will show it. And even hypothetically, if we have to think about retaining and maintaining independence of the state power, would it be proportional if we use such methods? And if not, then it will be, and if not, then not. But how to predict it, how to foresee it, and how not to wait for the fire, but to buy fire extinguisher in due time before the fire is visible. Of course, emergency situation cannot be a pretext or a purpose in order to justify any measures that are chosen for reaching the aim. We have to be able to maintain our democratic values of the rule of law, because these are the ones that shape the identity of our countries. By changing the values, we will no longer be ourselves, because our identity and the values is what the aggressor's country does not have and which it wants to destroy in us. And we cannot give them this pleasure. And the constitutional courts, dear colleagues, in this respect play a decisive role. The stronger a constitutional court is, the stronger is the balance of the powers and resilience of the country. Each state is implementing its constitutional review differently, but we have a common aim to safeguard the core of democracy. And I'm very happy to say that we have a dialogue between Latvia's branches of power, and that the Constitutional Court is the guardian of our values. The constitutional courts are balancing the measures which a democratic judicial country can use or cannot use to protect itself. The purpose of protecting democracy never disappears. Only the criteria regarding the proportionality of these measures change. And we also heard what Madam Kutsina said, we see manifestation of this in the judgments of the Constitutional Court, in the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights and the Court of Justice of the European Union, seeking balance between the national security and fundamental rights of an individual. The courts always take into account the context, the political, security and geopolitical context, and this allows reaching a valid solution based on reality. And this is a very significant difference, whether we are attacking or whether we are defending ourselves. We are defending ourselves, and we stand very strongly in our democratic values. We are defending ourselves, and we will keep doing this. The rule of law should win, should gain victory over the power of brutal force. And I congratulate you on the wonderful beginning of this conference. From Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, we are now giving the floor to the acting chairman of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, Alexander Petryshin.
Шановні представники та представниці Ради Європи та
Dear representatives of the Council of Europe and the EU, dear friends, dear participants, for me it's a great honor to present today, to make a few welcoming remarks during this conference, which is dedicated to sustainability of European common values and our good friends, our dear Latvian colleagues, together with the Constitutional Justice Support Project, are organizing under the EU and the Council of Europe program, which is called Partnership for Good Governance, Phase 3. So first and foremost, I want to sincerely thank you for your steady support to Ukraine and to Ukrainian people, especially in the conditions of the full-scale invasion of the aggressor state. Today, your help, your assistance, your unity is vital and important for Ukraine. Today, the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, in spite of the martial law and in spite of the regular air raid alerts and attacks, we continue, we persevere, and we protect the rule of law, the democracy, and the human rights. These values require most of our protection. Today, as never before, we need your help in terms of addressing the challenges of constitutional jurisdiction on the path of European integration and our long-desired accession to the EU. The experience and exchange of experience is very important because with that we maintain support to common values, and that helps us defend our democracy in Ukraine. And our objective is to maintain the constitutional order and justice. We must defend our constitutional rights and create conditions whereby there is respect to common European values: dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect to human rights. The defense and protection of human rights and dignity is one of the key objectives for all government agencies, especially for constitutional courts, which are responsible directly for doing this very important job. So we talk about endless work that requires integrity of judges and the ability to provide good justification behind the judgments of the Constitutional Court. I am convinced that today's conference is a good platform for exchange of best practices between constitutional courts and academia, which help us advance in terms of attaining our common objectives. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our objective, our common goal, is to build a society where they respect European values, and protection of free society means support and implementation of Constitution and its principles, and human rights, and the rule of law in our day-to-day life.
After almost 80 years of peaceful life, everybody understood that the protection of the Constitution and the constitutional power freedom and human dignity may require the greatest price, the price of human lives. But despite of the fact that our country is now living in the most difficult conditions, fighting for its independence with weapons, it is important for us to lay the strongest foundation of sovereignty, territorial integrity, constitution, democracy, and freedom. So we are looking ahead. The war will be over, and then Ukraine will face an even more difficult task, not only to rebuild the cities, but to rebuild the trust in institutions, to ensure justice, to give answers to the difficult questions of transitional justice, restoring territorial integrity. But we know that the path to sustainable democracy cannot be walked alone. That is why we appreciate the international assistance so much. Dear friends, the sustainability of a constitutional court is not just about the country. It is about the protection of European values and principles that, even in the difficult, darkest times, is something we adhere to. Thank you very much for standing with us. Thank you for your faith in the power of European values and European constitutional justice. I wish all of us, I wish all participants of the international conference fruitful and high results. Thank you for your attention.
And now the floor is given to Madam Susanna Malnatsky,
Vai Ukrainā vadītāju.
Project Manager of Support to Development of the Constitutional Justice in Ukraine.
Madam President, Madam Minister, honorable judges of the Court of Justice of the European Union, of the European Court of Human Rights, esteemed judges of the Constitutional Court, dear colleagues and friends. It is my greatest honor and pleasure to speak today on behalf of the project Support to Development of the Constitutional Justice in Ukraine, implemented under the European Union and Council of Europe Joint Program Partnership for Good Governance. Allow me to begin by expressing our deep appreciation to the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Latvia for graciously hosting this event and for creating such a timely and meaningful forum for dialogue, for learning and solidarity across the European constitutional community. I'm particularly delighted to see how the cooperation initiated by our project has grown into a strong and meaningful partnership between the constitutional courts of Ukraine and Latvia. What began as an institutional exchange has developed into a well-established collaboration grounded in mutual trust, shared principles, and a common constitutional vision. Our gathering here in Riga is a moment of utmost importance and significance, an opportunity to reinforce dialogue and solidarity among constitutional jurisdictions that serve as guardians of the rule of law, human dignity, and fundamental rights across Europe. The theme of this year's conference, the resilience of common European values, resonates deeply in today's context, particularly as Europe continues to confront the impact of war. Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine has posed an extraordinary test, not only to peace and security, but to the very foundations of the constitutional democracy. Across the continent, constitutional courts are increasingly required to navigate complex dilemmas. How can separation of powers be preserved when extraordinary circumstances concentrate authority in the executive branch of power? In times of emergency, how can we ensure that temporary measures affecting democratic processes remain just that, temporary? Crucially, constitutional courts are also confronted with difficult questions surrounding fundamental rights. Where do we draw the line on restrictions? even in emergency situations? What frameworks exist to continually reassess the necessity and proportionality of those limitations? In this regard, Ukrainian context stands as a compelling example. Despite the full-scale war and the severe strain on institutions, the Constitutional Court of Ukraine has continued to function, evolve, and reaffirm the commitment to the rule of law and to the protection of constitutional rights. This experience highlights not only the resilience of constitutional institutions under extreme pressure, but also the essential role of constitutional courts in upholding rights and freedoms as cornerstones of democratic governance, even and especially in times of crisis. This project and today's event are concrete examples of European solidarity in action. And European Union and the Council of Europe, together with dedicated partners like the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Latvia, are providing not just technical assistance, but genuine partnership in times of need. And this solidarity flows both ways. The Constitutional Court of Ukraine has gained valuable insights from operating in unprecedented constitutional environment. And this experience positions Ukraine as both a contributor to and a beneficiary of the European constitutional dialogue. We are all enriched by its perspective. Let this conference serve as a platform not only for the exchange of knowledge and good practices, but for reinforcing our collective commitment to the constitutional values that unite us: democracy, rule of law, and human rights, which are also the cornerstones of the Council of Europe. I'm confident that these discussions will inspire new forms of cooperation, deepen our shared understanding, and strengthen constitutional justice across all our countries, benefiting not only one, but all members of our common European constitutional space. Thank you.
Un tagad aicinām savus.
And now we would like to invite to the stage the panelists who will take part in the first panel discussion. Please welcome on stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, allow me to start by expressing my deep gratitude on my own behalf and on that of the Venice Commission for the kind invitation to join this event. And let me thank the organizers, the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Latvia, for holding this event. It seems that it has already become a tradition to organize this conference and also to have a representative of the Venice Commission present here. And I obviously hope that this tradition will go on for many years. It's indeed a honor and a pleasure to be back in Riga. Now, in this session, I will first present my introductory remarks, and I will then take on the hat of the moderator and will guide you through this very first interesting panel entitled Challenges to Democracy, Rule of Law, and Pluralism. So let me start with my introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a world in which democracy, the rule of law, and other common European and universal values are being increasingly challenged. The challenges arise both domestically within states and internationally among states. Domestically, we witness the rise of illiberal political movements, the decline of trust in public institutions, the resurgence of extremist ideologies, and growing political and societal polarization. Internationally, even the most fundamental principles of international law, such as the prohibition of the use of force, the inviolability of borders, and the respect for territorial integrity, are now being seriously contested. Whether these developments signal just a temporary crisis or mark a profound historical turning point that will reshape our normative and geopolitical landscape is still uncertain. Which option will prevail depends to a large extent on the resilience of our values, the resilience of our institutions, and the resilience of our societies as a whole. In the broadest sense, the term resilience refers to the ability of a body, a system, or an institution to prevent, withstand, adapt to, or recover from challenges and crises. It encompasses not only endurance in the face of adversity, but also the capacity for transformation and renewal. In the context of democratic systems based on the rule of law, resilience means the ability of such systems to endure and adapt to challenges posed by internal threats and external pressures, just such as those I already mentioned, without compromising or abandoning the core values, including separation of powers, judicial independence, protection of fundamental rights, transparency, and accountability. A resilient democracy must be able to absorb and withstand shocks, whether they come from political polarization, economic crisis, or authoritarian tendencies, while maintaining its normative orientation and its core functions. Democratic resilience is a collective endeavor that involves and must involve all segments of the society, both at the national and at the international level. Certain institutions, however, play a particularly vital role in this respect. These encompass, without being limited to, parliaments, constitutional courts and other judicial bodies, ombudsperson offices and human rights institutions, independent electoral bodies, civil society organizations, free media, universities and schools, and also various international organizations and institutions. While each of these actors would deserve closer attention, allow me to briefly elaborate on the role played by two of them, constitutional courts and then one international institution, the one that I have the honor to represent here, the Venice Commission. So let's start with the constitutional courts. Constitutional courts are pivotal in safeguarding democratic resilience. Their primary function is to ensure that laws, governmental actions, and institutional practices comply with the Constitution, the highest legal authority in a democratic state. In doing so, they act as a crucial check on the abuse of power, protecting fundamental rights and freedoms, even in times of political pressure or crisis. By reviewing legislation and executive measures, constitutional courts can prevent the erosion of democratic values, arbitrate institutional conflicts, and uphold the principle of the separation of powers. They can also serve as forums for principled debate, helping societies navigate complex constitutional and societal challenges while remaining anchored in democratic values. Internationally, constitutional courts play a vital role in upholding commitments to international legal standards, such as those enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights or in the EU legal order. As certain states challenge the authority of international judicial and other institutions and try to undermine the international legal order, constitutional courts act as intermediaries, seeking to ensure that domestic legal interpretations remain consistent with international standards. This function is essential to prevent legal fragmentation and maintain coherence of the European and international legal space. It is important to recall that the authority of constitutional courts rests not only on legal competence, but also on public trust and the perception of objectivity and impartiality. In moments of crisis, a constitutional court which is strong and independent, and which is seen as strong and independent, can serve as a final bulwark against authoritarian drift. Constitutional courts do not stand alone in this struggle. Among the institutions that support them is the Venice Commission, the European Commission for Democracy through Law of the Council of Europe, not only, obviously. As an advisory body of the Council of Europe, composed of independent legal experts, the Venice Commission offers authoritative guidance on constitutional matters, comparative legal standards, and best practices. Through its opinions and amicus curiae briefs, it assists parliaments, governments, and constitutional courts in their work, providing them with an objective assessment of the compatibility of legal acts with international legal standards, and helping them address and answer complicated legal questions. Through its more general studies, such as the 2011 report and the 2016 checklist on the rule of law, the Venice Commission contributes to the development of a shared understanding of core legal concepts and promotes consistency in the application of these concepts across different legal systems. The Venice Commission also promotes judicial independence and takes a firm stance when that independence comes under threat. Additionally, it fosters dialogue and exchange among constitutional courts through forums such as the Joint Council on Constitutional Justice, encouraging mutual learning and reinforcing a shared commitment to democratic standards. In times of crisis, its impartial expertise can lend crucial legitimacy and support to constitutional courts under pressure. This conference will undoubtedly offer further insights into how constitutional courts and other domestic and international institutions contribute to safeguarding the resilience of common European and universal values and standards. Let me conclude my introductory remarks by emphasizing that a resilient democratic system depends not only on strong institutional safeguards, but also on a deeply rooted democratic culture cultivated through education, free and independent media, and an active civil society. In this sense, defending democracy and the rule of law is both a structural and a societal task. It requires constant reinforcement through legal safeguards, international checks and balances, and also a culture of democratic participation. Only through the combined efforts of institutions and engaged citizens can democratic values be preserved and strengthened in the face of contemporary challenges. Thank you for your attention. And I will now take off the hat of the representative of the Venice Commission, and I will now move to the role of the moderator. So I have the honor of being the moderator of this very first panel. The panel, as already mentioned, is entitled Challenges to Democracy, the Rule of Law, and Pluralism. And as you can see in the program, 3 specific questions, all related to emergency situations, have been asked. They are quite lengthy, so I will not read them out, but they relate to the impact of emergency situations to the separation of powers, then to democratic processes, and finally to the status and role of minorities. And we have 3 really excellent speakers to help us navigate through these difficult topics and address the three difficult questions, all current or former justices of Constitutional Courts, Mrs. Galina Jurovska from the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, Mr. Zdeněk Kühn from the Constitutional Court of my own country, the Czech Republic, and Mrs. Susanne Bayer from the former Justice of the Federal, Constitutional Court of Germany. I don't think they need a lengthy introduction, but I will still say a couple of words about them, not separately, but together, because when I went through the CVs, I realized they share a lot of points. So quite obviously, they all have a legal background. No, that's not a surprise. They all, as I have just said, have served or served in the past as members of the Constitutional Court. So for Mrs. Bayer, it was from 2011 to 2023. Then Mr. Kühn has been on the Constitutional Court since 2023, and Mrs. Jurovska since 2019. Mr. Kühn and Mrs. Jurovska have quite a lengthy career in the judiciary. They served and will probably still serve on other courts in the past. So Mr. Kühn was, or still is, I think the present tense is relevant, also a judge at the Supreme Administrative Court of the Czech Republic. And then for Mrs. Jurovska, the list of courts on which she has served is really very lengthy. It encompasses the Khmelnytsky Regional Executive Court, the Khmelnytsky Regional Court, the Kiev Regional Courts, and certain other judicial institutions. Mr. Kühn and Mrs. Bayer also have an academic background in the sense that they teach at different universities. Mr. Kühn is actually my colleague at the Charles University in Prague in the Czech Republic, and Mrs. Bayer teaches at a couple of institutions, including the Humboldt University in Berlin, the Michigan School of Law, and the LSE in the UK. We could go on and on because their CVs are extraordinarily rich, but I think we are here especially to listen to their presentations. So the plan is as follows. We will first listen to all the three presentations together, and then we will have questions and answer questions. So please leave your questions, prepare your questions, but leave them for after the three presentations will have been presented. So I would now give the floor to the first speaker, Mrs. Jurovska.
Okay. Madam President of the Madam Minister of Justice, honorable judges, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, it is a pleasure and honor to speak today at this distinguished forum. In my presentation, I am going to address the second question of this panel: how to ensure that adjustment to democratic processes made during emergencies do not outlast of necessity of extend beyond what is strictly required. Before I begin, I must pay tribute to tragic event that unfold in Kiev. As you know, our capital endured yet another wave of explosions, leaving many civilians dead and wounded. As Ukraine observes a day of mourning, День жалоби in Ukrainians, we are reminded in the most direct and painful way of what a real emergency means. Today's discussion about constitutional resilience and democratic safeguards in times of crisis is not an abstract matter of us. It is our daily reality. In such moment of crisis, democracy must act decisively, but also with restraint. Emergency often demand quick action, but they must not justify the permanent erosion of rights. Striking this balance lies in the heart of constitutionalism. Only a few years ago, the greatest emergency facing Europe was COVID-19 pandemic. And I recall how it touched every country, including my own country. Yet in Ukraine, the pandemic seemed to end entirely. When the full-scale aggression began, people forgot about COVID pandemic, as it was replaced instantly by the far greater emergency of war. All other concerns faded in the face of this new reality. I vividly remember my first visit to Latvia in 2022. And at that time, we had discussed the challenges confronting Constitutional Court. And I could not have imagined that martial law and the war itself would persist for so long. Now, as we meet again, it is the fourth spring when Ukraine is still at war, and Ukraine is still waiting for fair peace. This experience has fundamentally shaped my perspective on how democracies respond to emergencies, and the vital role on Constitutional Court play in safeguarding our core values, even under most extraordinary circumstances. And I would help me please with my presentation. This? Oh, okay. Thank you. The full-scale invasion in 2022 became not only a turning point for my country, it was a litmus test for Europe and its values. In a matter of hours, Ukraine had to take steps that many democratic countries hope never to face. Declare martial law, mobilize all institutions, and prepare to defend not just territory, but the very concept of a free and democratic society. And yet, Ukraine did not abandon democracy. Our institutions have continued to function. Our courts remained open. The parliament sat. Civil society mobilized not to demand less democracy, but more accountability, more transparency, more commitment to the rule of law. This resilience in action. Amid the war, Ukrainian society had demonstrated exceptional resilience, reflected not only in military resistance, but also in its commitment to the core values of modern European identity: democracy, freedom, equality, human rights, and dignity. This extraordinary resilience was made possible, among other things, thanks to your support. Now, thank you very much for your support, for your understanding. Now, let me briefly what legal steps were taken. Under Article 64 of our Constitution, Ukraine declared that some constitutional rights could be temporarily restricted under martial law. A formal notification, the Note Verbale, was sent to the Council of Europe. The government specified which rights could be limited: freedom of movement, the secrecy of correspondence, the inviolability of the home, the right to peaceful assembly. These were difficult decisions, but taken under existential threat. However, being committed to maintaining the due level of human rights protection, Ukrainian government has revised and narrowed the list of restricted rights several times. Our constitutional and political authorities are continuously re-evaluating the scope of these limitations. This practice underscores our commitment to proportionality and international legal obligations. It is obvious that in a crisis of emergency situation, when a threat of national security arises, the ability of the parliament, the government, and other state institutions to assume responsibility and take the necessary measures to eliminate become extremely important. Here, the role of the Constitutional Court becomes central. The Court takes into account that full-scale war has forced Ukraine to adapt democratic mechanism to extraordinary conditions. This does not mean a derogation from democracy, but rather an attempt to preserve its viability, effectiveness, legitimacy, even in critical circumstances. The adjustment of democratic processes is carried out through a combination of legal solutions and strategic approach to the balance between freedom and security. Let me highlight several principles that the Court sticks to. First, legality. Every restriction must be grounded in the Constitution and clearly protected by the law. This principle is inviolable. Second, temporality. No measure imposed during emergencies should persist beyond its need. The Court must ensure that wartime legislation does not become peacetime normality. And third, clarity. The Court provides detailed legal reasoning and requires regulatory frameworks to be harmonized with the Constitution. Several decisions exemplify this approach. In decision of January 2025, the Court postponed the invalidation of a provision on access to the Cassation Court in civil cases, ensuring that access to justice would not be compromised during wartime. In December 2024, the Court reaffirmed judicial control over detention, even in wartime. The Court ruled that prolonged detention without court review violated constitutional safeguards. Earlier, in May 2024, it upheld the binding nature of court judgments, essential in maintaining legal certainty. It is important to stress that each decision of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine concerning the restriction of democratic freedoms is accompanied by explanation of the reason for such restriction by the state, analysis of possible risks to the rights of citizens and consequences for the state. Importantly, during the ongoing conflict, the court has also engaged with the rights of vulnerable population. In its ruling in 2024, it emphasized that the social guarantees of Chernobyl victims and disabled servicemen must not contingent on the state's financial resources. This is a powerful statement. Even under extreme economic pressure, constitutional dignity must prevail. In a decision of April 2024, concerning the enhanced social protection of servicemen, the Constitutional Court of Ukraine recognized the critical role of the armed forces and other military formations in defending their sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of the state. The court affirmed that these constitutional principles form the backbone of Ukraine's constitutional order, and that effective enjoyment of rights and freedoms by individuals is inseparable from their protection. In this context, the court underscored that legislative regulation of social guarantees for servicemen must reflect the functional purpose of the armed forces as defined by the Constitution, particularly during the ongoing armed aggression. Therefore, any legal framework governing social protection must be developed in so systematic alignment with the constitutional imperative to ensure enhanced guarantees for those defending the state. Given the analysis of international norms and provisions of the Constitution of Ukraine, the Constitutional Court of Ukraine considers that the main criterion for ensuring the functioning of democracy is to ensure balance between the needs of security and preservation of fundamental rights and freedoms. This principle was applied in the court decision of December 2022, on the screen, look please, when the court upheld temporary restriction on religious organization affiliated with the aggressor state. It took into account the real consequences and threat from the activities of religious organization, which governing center is located outside Ukraine in respect to national security interest. It did so while explicitly referencing proportionality and freedom of religion. It is important to emphasize that in the most difficult moment of its history, Ukraine has not turned away from its European path. On the contrary, the desire for EU integration has become even more explicit. The war has made European values not just an ideal, but a practical necessity, a foundation for country's future recovery. This indicates that democratic processes are deeply rooted in Ukraine's political life, in line with European standards. In the context, the Constitutional Court also prepares for its future role. After the war, Ukraine will face critical legal challenges, restoring rights, holding elections in reintegrated territories, and aligning with EU legal standards. The court will be central in managing this transition, ensuring that emergency adjustments are not carried into the new normal unless explicitly justified and constitutional sound. Dear colleagues, Constitutional Court do not wage wars, but they defend the constitutional order. They preserve the space where democracy can breathe, and even under the threat. They do not only check powers, they give legitimacy to state action through lawfulness. The Ukrainian experience suggests that democracy can be flexible without being fragile. Our institutions have endured because they are rooted in constitutional values, not because they are immune to crisis. I would like to conclude with this thought. The role of constitutional courts during emergency is not just to correct excesses of power, but to remind us, state institutions, societies, that every right suspended must one day be restored. Every power expended must be returned. And every action taken in crisis might be reviewed carefully. This is how democracies survive. And this is how Constitutional Court guard the resilience of European values in the face of today's and tomorrow's challenges. Thank you for your attention. Paldies.
Thank you.
So for all the activities of the Ukrainian Constitutional Court, a court operating under really extreme circumstances, you rightly mentioned that constitutional courts do not wage wars. They don't engage in warfare, but they engage in lawfare, I would say. And by upholding the common European and international standards, even in such difficult circumstances, they play a very important role in the struggle, in the normative struggle. We now move from Ukraine to the Czech Republic, and I would like to ask Mr. Kuhn to deliver his speech for 20 minutes again.
Dear Madam Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Latvia, dear colleagues, justices of the European courts or of the constitutional courts in Europe, dear colleagues. It's my big pleasure to be in Latvia, in this wonderful city, in this wonderful capital. And let me present my short perspective on the topic which has been given to us in this morning session. First of all, when I was thinking about this topic, I could not avoid referring to Carl Schmitt, who once famously wrote that the one who gets to decide about the exception is the true sovereign. And the state of exception is the most interesting part of the law application, according to Carl Schmitt. I have never liked this quote, but I must say that recently, in recent years, I started to appreciate it. I must say, if we will go back to the 1990s, the new constitutions of this region, or Latvia is of course the obvious exception to this rule because you do not have a new constitution, but all other Central Eastern European countries do have their own new constitutions. And most of those constitutions never expected any emergency, save state of war. It was obvious. Those were happy times of happy atmosphere of the 1990s. We believed in the end of the history, we believed that the situation will be only improving. There will be no emergencies. And even though we put in our constitutions the possibility of the state of war, and we never expected this in reality, that it could have ever happened. The events which were happening in that very time in former Yugoslavia, we believe that this is just the last part, the last attempt of the old times to undermine our bright future. That's why the Czech constitution, for instance, did not have any provision on any emergency, save war. And that's why, by the way, this was one of the reasons why Czechoslovakia in 1992 split, because some idealistic politicians in that time, like our president Václav Havel, pushed the end of all our weapon industries, weapon factories, especially in Slovakia, which of course harmed Slovakia and which contributed to the end of the common federation. So we believed no weapons are necessary, no emergencies are necessary. It's not necessary to have any of those provisions in the law. The wild 1990s ended in big Central European floods in 1997. And facing the floods of enormous scale without any legal provisions meant that we suffered a lot of atrocities, a lot of victims of those floods, because the state could not restrict any rights. Simply, the state could not act as a state during the emergency. So that's why in 2000, and this is a very interesting number, but precisely in 2000, we enacted a new constitutional law which actually created the list of emergencies. That list of emergencies, however, was looking to the back. It was looking to the past, and that's why it was framed in order to face short-term emergencies like natural disasters. Still, we did not have the imagination that other emergencies can come as well, like terrorist attacks, like long-term pandemics. The law was not drafted in a way that it will face terrorism, pandemic, severe economic crisis and its impact. The law was framed in a way that it was able to handle especially natural disasters like floods. Fortunately, we don't have any other natural disasters in our area. So, the end of the 1990s created this new legal environment, which worked pretty well till 2020, when COVID-19 came, and suddenly we realized that what we got was good for natural disasters, but what was not good for long-term emergency situation. And I must say, and I will explain in a minute, that here, handling this situation, we can see that the Czech Constitutional Court, for instance, basically gave up its ability, its capacity, its powers to review any of the action of the government. So it was surprisingly extremely self-restrained for the reasons I will explain you in a minute. So I claim that 2020, it was a game change. It was a game change, and it soon became clear that the rules that work for floods and other disasters did not work for long-term global pandemics. So what are the possibilities? How to maintain the rule of law and the separation of powers facing long-term emergency? One thing is what already my colleague referred to, and this is Ms. Jurovska, and this is temporal limits. Temporal limits, this is obvious. So strict time limits with automatic sunset, typically emergency, which would expire after some certain period of time, unless the parliament, the lower house or the upper house, usually the lower house, will vote to extend the emergency. This is one possibility, which at least creates a separation of powers between the executive and the legislative branch. This works pretty well, and this might provide some limit for the executive branch. Or, which is more difficult and it's more questionable, something which we can call gradated extensions. Typically, extension becomes shorter, or its extension will require some parliamentary supermajority. I'm not aware of that in Europe, but I know that this is, for instance, in Brazil, but it is quite difficult because if it is a long time emergency, providing more elevated procedures to approve a long time emergency might be counterproductive. So it is very questionable. Another possibility how to balance the clash between conflicting branches of government and the ability of the executive branch to dominate the system, the political system, is something we might call post-crisis, ex post facto review. It could be, for instance, some kind of truth commission, simply gathering of intellectuals or people we might trust who will evaluate, not strictly from legal point of view, but say from political point of view or from common sense view, the measures which were taken during the time of emergency. Perhaps the fact that this is not done in a legal means, by a legal framework, by procedural rules, which usually alienate outsiders to comprehend what's happening. If this is not done by legal rules, but if it is done by common sense rules or by some kind of non-legal, non-procedural rules, this might be interesting, especially if it is happening after the end of the emergency and it will be objectively evaluated. All the actors will be objectively evaluated. I must say that, for instance, one big criticism in my country of handling the COVID was that actually all actors failed. All actors failed. The experts failed because they provided disproportional solutions to solving the crisis. Politicians failed because they were not able to enact the rules which will be proportional, constitutional, and the courts failed because they were enormously self-restrained. So this might be something in a non-legal way, without any legal impact, to discuss after the end of the emergency. What is more questionable would be kind of ex post facto judicial review. I am very skeptical about this because usually if you have some kind of judicial review after this ended, it could be too late. Plus, let's be honest, one of the reasons why judges were self-restrained was the very fact that we were in the middle of crisis. That's why we were ourselves afraid. We did not know what's going to happen. So that's why in the middle of the crisis we were self-restrained. But there is a danger that after the crisis is over, we might forget this initial self-restraint and we might go to the opposite extremity, and this is to be enormously activist. We might be enormously activist, and this could be dangerous in a similar way as enormous self-restraint. other possibilities, institutional oversights like the legislature. The legislature which will have this recall or override power, which is typically the situation in many European countries. The legislature, the parliament, can stop the emergency if it believes that it's not necessary or it is proportional. The local self-government, if the state is not unitary, might also help the situation. So, for instance, in the Czech Republic, we are a unitary state, but we are divided into regions, and the regions have considerable legal competencies relating to emergencies. So it could be a region which, with respect to some local emergency, can call for a local emergency. Typically, if there is a flood only on the local level, it could be the region which will call for the emergency, and then this region, which is a local self-government, will be counterweight by the government, by the central government. So here we have the local self-government versus the executive branch, versus the executive power, which is balancing each other. It is also possible that the regions, if the more regions believe that emergency is necessary, the more regions can call for the central government to call the emergency. So this is, again, a very interesting balancing between the regional powers, regional self-government on the one hand, and the central executive branch on the other hand. What is essential and necessary, in my opinion, is still active judicial review. Judges must act, judges must decide, no matter how. It was very interesting that finally, even in a conservative Central European judiciary, in this decade during the COVID, we were finally able to decide issues not being present on the one place, but we started to use various platforms like Zoom or others. So we were making deliberations while being everyone being in a different place within the Republic. So finally we were able to do that. So this is a guarantee that even though we are not at the court, which was, by the way, very difficult to move within the country during the COVID because there were a lot of restrictions, still we can make decisions, which is important. However, I will say something which I believe is really very important, and this is the fact that we shall not overemphasize the importance of the constitutional courts. I know that what I'm saying is surprising at the conference of the Constitutional Court judges, but I believe that we must think of the powers of all ordinary judiciary. Administrative courts, but also civil courts, must be able to act. And I see that trend in many countries in Europe, if we tend to grant all the competencies to the Constitutional Court alone, this means that for the possible autocrat, it's much easier to get the control over the entire judicial branch just by taking control of the Constitutional Court. And let's be honest, it's much easier to take control over the Constitutional Court than to take control over the entire judiciary. Judges are usually appointed for life, or up to 70 years old, 65 years old, something like that, and they are insulated from being kicked out of the system. Whereas constitutional judges, they are appointed for usually shorter limited period, and it can easily happen that if you have a strong man, the strong man can get the control within few years over the entire constitutional tribunal. And that's why I don't think that celebrating strong constitutional courts must be essentially good if at the very same time we are basically taking powers away from the ordinary judiciary. What I mean by those powers, even the ordinary judiciary must have their say to declare, for instance, the decree of the parliament unconstitutional or in conflict with the law. which technically this is possible under the Czech constitution, but there are tendencies of the Constitutional Court to monopolize all those powers within the single institution, which might be good in the short run, but it might be, for the reasons I explained, very dangerous in the long run. Another important thing is that those decrees should be ideally, the decrees, the ordinances, the bylaws made by the government during the emergency, ideally they should be made in a legitimate way, in a transparent way. They should be prepared with the explanation to public. They shall be declared, for instance, in TV or in social media in a way accessible to the public, explained the reasons to the public, which the Czech government tried in 2020, 2021, but again, the results were disappointing because the politicians tried to explain the reasons, why they enacted those laws, but in reality, they did it in a pretty incomprehensible way. Proportionality analysis shall be included as well, but again, when we amended the law just for COVID, in March 2021, we amended the law and we said that the executive power must make proportionality analysis whether all those measures are really necessary, essential, simply proportional. And the result was, again, very disappointing because it turned out that the lawyers at the ministries were not able to make this proportionality analysis. So then in spring 2021, after the amendment of the law and after the ordinary judges, Supreme Administrative Court, typically in the Czech Republic, got the power to set aside those ordinances, we started to set aside those ordinances only because there was insufficient proportionality analysis. But I believe that proportionality analysis is necessary in order to maintain the necessity of those emergency directives during the time of the exception. So, to conclude, learning from the past shall give us the motivation, incentive to create a new design of the laws for the future emergency, which we don't know what it will be, but it will come, that's clear. But unfortunate results of handling the COVID crisis in my home country created a situation that we were not able to enact any new law, and we are stuck with the old laws, which are facing only natural disasters. We abolished the law which was anyway related only to dealing COVID crisis. So now we don't have any law, and if any emergency different than short-term natural disaster would come, we will face the very same problem again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuhn, for your presentation and for reminding us of the fact that law is sometimes a couple of steps behind the reality, and that indeed it's very difficult to foresee what future challenges might be, and it might be even more difficult to accept that past challenges would come back in this new century. Thank you also for recalling us that there are, despite that, certain principles, certain institutions that we can rely on. Let me use this moment for a little bit of a self-promotion. In the course of the COVID crisis, the Venice Commission issued 2 general reports which actually sum up, identify the general standards applicable in times of emergency, and I would like to draw your attention to these two outputs. They have a very lengthy name, so I need to read them out. So the first one is entitled Respect for Democracy, Human Rights and Rule of Law During the State of Emergency Reflections. That's a general output relating to the experience of all the countries of the Venice Commission. That means not only European countries. And the second one is the interim report on the measures taken by the EU member states, so it's only about EU member states, as a result of the COVID-19 crisis and their impact on democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights. These two outputs deal specifically with the COVID experience, but obviously emergencies quite resemble each other, so they can be used in a different context as well. Now we moved from Ukraine to the Czech Republic, and we will continue westward, or rather northward, because Berlin is to the north from Prague. So I would like now to invite the last speaker on this panel, Mrs. Bayer, to deliver her speech again for 20 minutes.
Dear esteemed President of the Latvian Constitutional Court, Minister of Justice, esteemed and indeed admired judges, particularly those upholding the flag of constitutionalism in Ukraine, at the moment, dear audience. Thank you for your work and for this most valuable opportunity to share commitments and knowledge and to listen to another presentation after already very rich contributions we had on this panel. The role of constitutional courts is specific, and therefore the task of constitutional courts is already, in normal times, challenging to protect fundamental rights, thus tolerant pluralism, and safeguard democracy, limiting the power of elected majorities in parliament and government by ways of judicial review. In doing so, courts must act legally sound, namely consistent in developing and applying the standards derived from their constitution, draw red lines. And in addition, and I want to emphasize this point, courts must be judicially wise to make sure a constitution is not an empty promise, that institutions like the court deserve to be trusted, last not least by issuing appropriate remedies. My point is only they're flexible, not on the standards. This is not a job for small or grand gestures, nor for being shy nor glamorous, but a necessary and indispensable ingredient of democracy that deserves that label. And I think these days it is sad but necessary to emphasize that point, a democracy that deserves the label. As the President of the Constitutional Court of Latvia said in the opening of this conference, common European values are properly understood incompatible with illiberal autocrat regimes. Instead, these values are a recipe for pluralist democracies based on dignity and equal liberties, and truly democratic politics with truly fair elections, and so forth. To protect that is why you do what you do as constitutional and human rights courts judges. Not an easy task anyways, but even more difficult, more contentious, risky for the institutions themselves in extraordinary situations. These situations certainly differ, and every context matters. It may be a coup or a revolution or a civil war, which I will leave aside for a moment. It may be a brutal war, as in Ukraine attacked by Russia. It may be an economic crisis, or it may be a political crisis, be it a corrupt government or an autocratic takeover, a crisis that starts with attacks on democratic institutions, attacks and attempts to capture free media, schools and universities, independent lawyers, and last not least, the courts. We see that all over the world, even in very, very old democracies. This is what we face right now, and it is deeply worrying. And this is the situation in which constitutional courts are under particular pressure. So the question is, what is the proper reaction? Specifically, this panel focuses on the concentration of powers in the hands of the few, times of emergency, etc., and I'm sure all of you have additional answers to these questions, and I look forward to our conversation about it. I would like to address the underlying rationale of these reactions to extraordinary times. What are constitutional courts to do based on a general principle? What is the proper strategy to respond to those extraordinary situations? Certainly, the strategy cannot be to turn a blind eye on the realities out there. I say this because during my time on the German Federal Constitutional Court, I met judges who insisted on doing exactly that. They wanted to remain strictly legal, no matter what, formalist because this protects the judicial standing, etc. In fact, these courts became a part of the problem and not a contribution to the solution of it. So I think this is no way to go. And this means to not turn a blind eye on the realities, to be very, very precise and specific on facts in front of the court. This is why the extended hearing in the Grand Chamber of the European Court of Human Rights on the Ukraine versus Netherlands case was extremely impressive and important, because this is a moment where facts count even more and precision on facts counts even more than in usual times. Second option, from a German point of view, the opposite strategy of assuming a general state of emergency is, as a general principle, not a good idea at all. Conceptually, it is heavily poisoned, prominently featured by the Nazi Kronjurist, that is the top Nazi jurist Carl Schmitt. Famously, he justified fascism by stating that power is the power to declare that state of emergency, which results in the suspension of fundamental rights and all constitutional guarantees, thus unlimited suffering for people. This is the result. Therefore, the German parents of the Constitution, the basic law born out of the never again after the Holocaust and World War II, said no to that state of emergency. Not in brilliant 1990s being happy about democracy, but in a refusal of a general principle to allow for extended powers, which eventually then cannot be controlled anymore. In 1968, there were some rules introduced in the German constitution, but again, not as a general principle, no carte blanche, but written and binding precise rules, and in addition, that is for the courts, to be very narrowly interpreted. Very narrowly interpreted. If there are emergency clauses in your constitution, the German response would be narrow interpretation, limited on all counts, particularly on the standards. This is important because for a government under pressure, exceptions from the constitutional rules result in more freedom to act. They feel more free to address the problems at hand, so it is very tempting. Yet the German Constitutional Court has been very explicit, as many other courts, that even extreme situations do not allow for a deviation from constitutionalism. Auch große Not kennt kein Gebot in German. Even exceptional pressure does not exempt you from the demands of the law. This extends to what we call in Germany defensive, not militant, defensive democracy. All must be based on the rule of law according to very strict standards. And there are many examples for this from a German perspective, and they seem petty to me when I thought about this presentation, in comparison to the situation in Ukraine, but nonetheless, it's about the general principles. Three more recent examples are terrorism. In 2013, the German court had to respond to a law, a legislative reaction to 9/11, the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington, etc., and it said that terrorism is in fact war on democracy, since it seeks to destabilize by randomly killing people, yet the court said verbatim, it is the very calling of our constitutional order to not frame such attacks as a war or a state of exception that exempt from the rule of law, but to fight them as criminal acts, which means consistent with the rule of law. No general exception from legal standards. That's the point. The second example then, as mentioned, was the pandemic. Hit all of us, so very difficult situation for legislatures, a crisis not only for health and killing people, but also for democracies, which did not really know how to respond to something unforeseeable. The German Constitutional Court had two big rulings on this in 2021, and it held that curfews, which had been called in the general public the total loss of liberties, which sounds like a constitutional crisis, are subject to, again, regular legal standards and not exceptional legal standards. That's the whole point. No deviation from regular legal standards, the rule of law still into place, but flexible on remedies. Third example, financial crisis. As many of you know, the German court responded quite forcefully to the European financial crisis in many ways. Lots to be discussed, but the point is that even in terms of financial crisis, when you want to save Greece or the euro or whatever, you have to stick to the basic rules, be it the European treaties or be it the German constitution. Refusing to give more space to politics, even when things are really, really tight and problematic. The solution there regarding the remedies was procedural. Not substantive, not more leeway, but procedural. More time, different types of procedure, more hearings, etc., etc. So this is one response, limited, no general exceptional state. Another option to respond to extraordinary situation is what some call courts going small, or judicial minimalism, or courts withdrawing, or an emphasis on judicial restraint. That is another alternative. Either you expand government power or you totally withdraw from the scene. It is tempting for judges to do so. We are trained in judicial restraint. When I was on the court, that was the call of the day. People think we are different, but in fact, it was all the legislator, leeway, margin of appreciation. So it is very tempting to go there, but the more extraordinary the situation is, the more courts are in demand. So this is exactly not the time to go small and not the time for judicial minimalism, because it's the time when other actors are not there for people, so you have to be there for them. Additionally, there are additional offerings out there in the literature and in political debates. I want to mention one because it's particularly dangerous. A very dangerous one coming from the United States at the moment is called common good constitutionalism. Common good constitutionalism, for those speaking German, has nothing to do with Gemeinwohl, but is actually a label for a theory that goes by natural law and a morality deeply based in Catholic belief. That's already problematic to countries devoted to religious pluralism and tolerance, and installs, David Deisenhouse said so, a Christian theocratic rule. I think it's quite problematic to call it constitutionalism at all, but I didn't want to hide the debate from you. I definitely think it is not an option. So what are courts to do then? The option is back to basics. The option is to revisit the core ideas of constitutionalism, to stay true to the task of constitutional courts to defend fundamental rights and democratic policies, even in extraordinary situations. That is legally sound, stick to the standards, and judicially wise, be flexible on remedies. Certainly there is a question, and it differs in context, what the basics are. And there's a huge debate around constitutionalism, what the basics are. Elections are part of the basics. They may be postponed, which is the case in Ukraine, but not forever. It seems important to ensure constitutional continuity, but those once legitimate are to stay in office until new ones are properly installed, and clarity on the conditions on when that shall happen and in what ways may be a very, very important idea. Separation of powers is definitely an ingredient which is indispensable, and there are many aspects to separation of powers and checks and balances. Basically, from a German point of view, parliaments need to stay in the game. Parliaments need to stay in the game does not mean to install rules which are basically unrealistic and no parliament can ever deliver on, because that delegitimizes politics. But parliament staying in the game is, for the German Federal Constitutional Court for a long time, they even have a say in military operations. And when you go back to the history of constitutionalism in states, this is radical. Parliament, like members of parliament, on out-of-area missions of the German Bundeswehr, etc., basically NATO things, a radical idea. They decided that ages ago, I'm very old, but 20 years ago or something. They decided that a long time ago, but stuck to that rule, even in exceptional, now what we see as a crisis, times, to stick to parliament has to stay in. When it's really urgent, it has to come a little later, but it has to stay in the game. And exceptions are very narrowly defined. How do you prevent this to be an empty ritual? Very important. Parliament has to stay in the game, but for real, which means the German Federal Constitutional Court issued many, many rulings on rights of information by members of parliament directed at the government. The right to be informed in time to really make up your mind is one of the big components there. So again, a procedural response to a crisis situation. Last not least, fundamental rights are an indispensable ingredient of the basics of constitutionalism. Fundamental rights means dignity, liberty, and equality for all, as in tolerant pluralism, and a dignified life, which means indispensable ingredients of basic social subsistence as well. Democracies deserve that label only when this happens. And I emphasize this point because there's another risk out there. We've seen throughout history that courts, human rights courts and constitutional courts, tend to become a little more lenient on those issues which are deemed generally less important. You know, those really small minorities or women. Because throughout history, in many, many contexts, when it becomes really tough, it's like in Marxist theory, it was the Hauptwiderspruch and the Nebenwiderspruch, it was the side issue and the main issue. When it becomes really, really tough, those issues like equality and sexual minorities and all of that, are they really up front? Yes, they are. Because that's where it starts. And in the end, you're all in danger. So fundamental human rights, particularly and specifically, and also again regarding women or sex equality and other minorities, have to stay on the board, have to be part of the idea. Finally, remedies. Extraordinary situations may call for unusual remedies. I totally agree that legality and clarity are key to the game, but it is crucial to take time into account. I think the issue of time for constitutional court jurisprudence is a really, really important and very tricky issue. Temporality, as my colleague called it. No derogation from democracy and the rule of law, but maybe allow for limited periods of special measures. A timely review of proportionality. What is legitimate today may be unconstitutional tomorrow. The German Constitutional Court has doctrine on that. It obliges the legislature to review its own actions. It obliges the legislature to watch out for things becoming unconstitutional, things like that. Not all work wonderfully, but at least these are ideas of doctrinal measures to remain strong on the standards and be kind of realistic on what you and how you intervene. So I guess what I want to say is extraordinary situations are moments in which constitutional courts are in high demand, more than usual. And as the Latvian Minister of Justice said, courageous action is in demand to properly respond to the new normal. When things run smoothly, you have an easy job. People, all is fine. You do some important things. Yes, I don't want to question your role, but when things run smoothly, really. But when things get really tough, in times of threats and war and terror and attacks on democracy and undermining, and when democracies die, as some theorists by now say, then you are in need, and then constitutional courts are really needed. The strategy then is judicial activity, not activism, with no compromise on standards, and judicial wisdom all the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, which nicely complemented the previous presentations. I've put down 3 imperatives, which I think can kind of sum up what I took as the main message from your presentation. That would be the first one: in times of crisis, forget judicial minimalism, but also judicial activism. Point number 2, or imperative number 2, go back to the basics. And point number 3, leave no one behind, which is also the UN slogan. So I think these are really 3 very important messages, at least from my perspective. As you can see, we have, after this round of presentations, almost 50 minutes left for our discussion. So we will now open the discussion. Anyone is invited to join us. We will try to collect a couple of questions, and I would like to ask, I don't know how exactly this works. I see there are some instructions, but I can't read and speak at the same time. So the idea is those who would like to make a question or make a comment, please follow the instructions, and then kindly introduce yourself, and also if the question is addressed to one of the speakers specifically, please indicate it. If not, if it's a general question, then obviously I will ask all the speakers, or those of them who would like to react to do so. So do we have, No. Right. Okay. So the floor is open for the questions. Do we have any? I think you should press, yeah, now I see. So we have 2 for the moment. I hope it's in the order, no, 1. Okay. So I will give the floor, and sorry for my misspelling of some of the names, especially the Latvian names. I'm not sure about the pronunciation. So at the moment, we have the request for the floor by Mr. Pēteris Zilgalvis. Yeah.
I'm Judge of the General Court of the European Union. My question is, in these trying times of war and other challenges in Europe, we see often that some of the fundamental instruments and fundamental principles of democracy and the rule of law, such as freedom of speech, academic freedom, the freedom to contribute to a political or other campaign, or the right to a balanced debate, are used in a way, sometimes amplified very much by money, towards an end which may be aiming to restrict those freedoms in the future. How are the constitutional courts facing that and will be able to face that in the near future, including the challenge coming from the digital platforms?
Thank you for the question. I guess it was addressed to all the speakers, and since we do not have at the moment any other requests for the floor, I will turn back to them, and I will ask whoever of them would like to start. Please do so.
I would like to ask everyone to put on their headphones because I will use the opportunity to speak my own native Ukrainian language. If I understood the question correctly, you're interested in the threats against freedom of speech and the challenges used and abused by those who want to use this situation to achieve their political goals or their expansion goals. I will speak about the Ukrainian experience. Ukraine really has and faces a lot of criticism about the threats to freedom of speech, about risks that not everyone wishing to have their say will be heard. However, in the beginning of the war, our government, our president, our parliament, our civil society have reached a common understanding that at this difficult time, they will first of all seek unity in fighting against common enemy. And the actions that are taken, sometimes by the media, sometimes the responsibility related to information hygiene need to be enhanced. When we were discussing this with Ms. Irena yesterday at the Latvian radio, there was also a question about the freedom of speech. And I would like to note that before February 2022, I think we didn't appreciate and we underestimated the risks of those information attacks enough from the Russian Federation. And in this case, the civil society has to focus on that. And there has to be a lot of explanation, a lot of explanatory activity, focusing on the assessment to the information that is being distributed, because the information is being distributed. The Russian narratives are being distributed. But in order to make the right conclusions, all citizens of Ukraine are recommended to use official sources, to make analysis of the information that comes in. We're not against the freedom of speech. At this time, we need to prevent the biggest danger, the danger to existence of our country. Thank you.
It's work. Sorry. I was referring to, in my speech, to happy 1990s, but I must say that those 1990s also produced enormous social inequalities. Yeah? It created some of the most influential, politically, most influential Czech oligarchs, well, not only Czech, of course. We have this common with Ukraine. I believe this will be similar in Latvia, in other Baltic countries. Simply, in the 1990s, created some extremely influential, rich people. And one of them, a few years ago in Czechia, he mentioned, you know, barons, aristocrats of Middle Ages were buying castles. Today, we are buying media. Because the media, for me, is a castle for a baron of the 15th century. And why I'm referring to this? Because now what I see as a big handicap for the Constitutional Court is the media coverage. The media coverage. If media, the Czech media are now, almost all of them are owned by some influential people, by some very rich people. In the 1990s, they were owned by Germans, Americans, French, and frankly speaking, I don't think that they aimed at any political ends. They were just taking care that they will be profitable. Today's classic media are not profitable, and now they are serving the interest of their masters, of their owners. So I can see that, for instance, the media coverage of some of our judgments, you can see and you can link that to the business interests of those who own those media. And even though, of course, the court is independent, this actually makes it more complicated to effectively communicate with the public, because the public does not read our judgment. Unfortunately, they are long. They should not be that long, but they are very long. And they are not very comprehensive for public, unfortunately. And that's why the public reads the media coverage of our judgment. And sometimes this media coverage is very manipulative and serves the interest of the master, of the owner of the media. So for instance, to tell you one recent thing we are doing in Czechia, with our new Chief Justice, because as you might know, we have this 10-year period, so we now have a completely new composition of the court, including a new Chief Justice. So we started to be more proactive towards the public as well. So we are making not only judgments, which is obvious, we have to, but we are making summaries of those judgments. The most important judgments are even explained in a very easy fashion, in a way everyone can read. Yeah, so you have the ballots, which will take, and the short paragraph, and which will explain you the meaning of our judgments, the motivation of our judgment. We try to speak to the journalist. We try, for instance, I started to write a small paragraph at the very beginning of the judgment, which tells you precisely what the judgment is about. Yeah, so I took it over from the American Supreme Court. So simply to say in a nutshell what we are about to say below. So you don't need to read it. If you are a layman, you don't need to read it. You will just know from the very first paragraph what the judgment is about. So in this way, we must be proactive, and in that way, we are able to keep the link to the public and to the civil society. Because what we are missing is, unfortunately, effective media coverage, impartial media coverage of some of our judgments. I don't mean all of them, but definitely if at stake is a lot of money, unfortunately you do not have always a reliable media coverage.
I think I can easily follow up on this. The German court introduced a press office in the 1990s when it got under heavy pressure because of some of the rulings the public didn't like and the government didn't like as well. And so we installed a press officer, produced press releases for every Senate ruling and almost all bigger chamber rulings. In addition, the court now translates almost all big rulings and almost all press releases for the Venice Commission and for the general, larger European and global public, because we feel deeply embedded in Europe and the world and want us to be understood. And there is a press club of accredited journalists to the court that don't enjoy special privileges that would violate the freedom of the press, but they are very informed. We respond to their requests quickly, et cetera, which helps tremendously in having very well-educated journalists, which also can defend this position in their own businesses, media outlets, which helps tremendously in establishing the court and explaining the court. I would also add that courts should, even in their rulings, not drop the public as an audience and not overestimate the constitutional knowledge of jurists, administrators, politicians. I think the more understandable a ruling to everyone, the better it is legally. So I was always fighting for a reduction in complexity. And I don't believe in this, oh, it's so complex, you cannot go there. I think you can go there, you can go to very understandable reasonings and explain what you do. And I think many of you are very involved in explaining what you do. But I would like to add one more point. I mentioned defensive democracy or militant democracy is a very established concept in many jurisdictions, including Germany. Very often it is reduced or has been reduced also in German debates to the prohibition of political parties. Now added the taking away of public money and public funding from political parties. That's an important device. But this is not at all there is. So I would like to mention that, and I think that responds more to your question, that at least the German court felt obliged to really rethink very established and even famous doctrine. Say informational self-determination, which is data privacy. The German court was pretty known to establish that as a fundamental right based on dignity and liberty, et cetera, so we were pretty proud of it and kind of, why should we move? Well, we have to move, because with new social media, or what I call unsocial media, and with the new oligarchs owning the platforms, et cetera, the new world of information, I think informational privacy is not all there is to this topic. Informational manipulation may be the much bigger threat. So the court slowly and carefully moved to update its doctrine, its doctrinal standards, to also address that. Specifically, it changed its jurisprudence, or updated or modified, as you call it, because you're never into revolution, you're always into updating and differentiating, modification. We updated the jurisprudence on public figures, namely politicians. Public figures and politicians enjoyed less protection regarding hate speech and libel, et cetera. In a rather recent decision, the court updated this jurisprudence and said, you know who needs protection today against libel, hate speech, et cetera? Public figures. Politicians, because nobody will be willing to do that job in the future if we go on like this. So we had a ruling where the court explicitly said democracy today rests on the willingness of people to go there, to stand up for their commitments, to take office, et cetera, particularly on the local level where they're really in danger. So we need to protect them. This was a real change in doctrinal standards. Again, still free speech, still narrow interpretation of libel, et cetera, but extension of protection to people who in fact needed today to uphold democracy. Last point, because there are lots of controversies around the world in universities at the moment, and universities are next to media and courts, the prime target of populists who want to undermine, or autocrats who want to undermine and destroy democracy. I think it is very important, and American jurisprudence is not kind of totally geared to do that. Very important to differentiate very precisely between free speech on the street and in the media and in the university. And the university is different from schools. Universities are the place to practice controversy. And the universities are the place where you learn to accept radical views, but engage them and contradict them and argue. So in universities, based on a distinction between free speech and academic freedom in the German constitution, the leeway for radical speech is larger than on the street or in social media to have one space where things can be said that you really, really, really detest. The red line is violence, for sure. But even hate speech standards are a little more lenient in academic settings than in regular street social settings. And I think that is very, very important to also not cater to those who pretend that the lefties are censoring everything and then censor things themselves. So again, it's the earlier point I made, to be very precise on the facts in that case, context and space, what exactly happens there, what's the function of speech there, what's the function of pluralism there, that differs tremendously depending on what case you have in front of you. So again, a refinement of standards, I think is an important one. And I could have said this way more briefly. The Vice President of the United States was wrong when he commented on German law, and I think there are better ways to understand what can be done in those contexts.
My colleagues inspired me to add some sentences. After the full-scale aggression, the Constitutional Court of Ukraine and the National School of Judges organized the public project. And from the April 1922, every Thursday, we have online lecture for judges, prosecutor, lawyers, every citizen who want to know about constitutional issues. And we tell about constitutional rights and its restriction during martial law, about our decision which Constitutional Court adopted. And these online lectures you can see in a YouTube channel of Constitutional Court of Ukraine, Telegram channel, and I hope artificial intelligence helped you to understand us. And for this period during martial law, we have more than 90 lectures. And I thank you, everyone who enjoyed to us, especially thanks to the Constitutional Court of Latvia and Judge Yanis Neimanis told our society about Constitutional Court of Latvia, retired judges from Federal Constitutional Court of Germany, delivered free online lectures, and it's a very useful project, and we have more than 100 people who enjoyed to us at that time, and I ask you to join us. Thank you.
Can I add a tiny remark? As a German, I have very often been asked how Germany did it in the 50s. I mean, after an authoritarian fascist rule, how did you manage to develop into a constitutional democracy with the court pretty much respected? And one of the devices I only understood when I started working there are the clerks. In Germany, every judge or justice has 4 full-blown educated lawyers, judges, state prosecutors working for them for 2 or 3 years, and then they're going back to the lower courts, the regular judicial system. I totally underestimated that these are all ambassadors of the Constitution or constitutionalism. And working with this method, it established a sense of the importance of the Constitution in almost every government office, every lower court, all the specialized court, like everywhere. Because there's so many people who for 2.5 years or so experienced what it really means to live up to these challenges. And these kind of small ambassadors of constitutionalism are by now a kind of a backup for the Constitutional Court. As you said it, we constitutional courts are not alone in that game. My constitution, which I always carry with me, is actually the constitution of the people. So I need many, many islands in the country, or many actors in the country who embrace that, who understand what it means. And having clerks or fellowships or hosts or things like that to make people really see what constitutionalism means in practice seems to have been a very, very important device in doing so.
Thank you for all the answers. Before I pass the floor to the next person who has requested the floor, Mrs. Palkova, I would like to use or abuse my position as the moderator and also add a couple of reflections going basically in the same line. What I found very interesting in the debate is the identification of what we see as a challenge or as a threat and the change in this perception. And we know that traditionally, the typical threats or the typical challenges are armed conflicts. We unfortunately have one at the moment in Europe. It's natural disasters, it's pandemics, it might be economic crisis, but actually in the debate it was clearly said that nowadays we also face other challenges which are probably not so much visible and not so much discussed. I'll just mention to you, one is what my colleague from the Czech Republic mentioned, the oligarchization of politics. We might remember that Aristotle, when he distinguished the forms of government, he distinguished between the government by one, the government by several, and the government by many. Democracy is government by many, oligarchy is government by several. And what we have in many, not only European countries, is actually formally the government by many, democracy, but actually the government by some, by a few, oligarchy. And that is a huge problem because of all these mechanisms that have already been described, the oligarchs buying media and through the media, and not only media, also schools influencing the public opinion, and then the democracy becomes just a mock democracy, a mock system which just hides or which just covers what is in reality the government of a few. We know that in the recent years, there have been some very interesting attempts within Europe to actually regulate oligarchy, to adopt laws that would somehow break the oligarchy circle. That has happened in Ukraine, that has happened, I think we have the representatives of the Republic of Moldova over there. That has also happened in Georgia. So far, the laws have not been so successful as we might hope for, but that's definitely an issue that will be with us for some time and that we will need to take care of a bit more, because in many countries we still don't see oligarchy as a threat. So that's one element. The second element, which was already quite discussed, are what is nowadays labeled as hybrid threats. That means threats which are much less visible, much less tangible than in the past, because in the past, and I'll use the classical example, an armed invasion. The armed invasion is very visible and we are able to identify the author. Moreover, it's an action which is clearly unlawful, clearly interfering into the internal matters. With hybrid threats, it's much more difficult. We often do not know who is behind, and even if we know it, we are not able to prove it, to track it back to the source. Moreover, it's much more softer. Putting something, for instance, on the social media, even if it might have an impact, especially in the long run, is not necessarily unlawful. It's not necessarily in itself a violation of the internal or the interference into the internal affairs. So this issue, how to deal with threats which are not the classical one, the tangible one, but new ones like hybrid threats, it's another issue that we have now ahead of us. I know that currently in my country, there is a huge discussion about how to actually revise the legislation to make it appropriate, adequate for this new type of threat, and it's a very difficult discussion that we are having, and still no solutions, no miraculous solution having been found. I've seen that in the meantime we've got two speakers, so let's try to collect the questions or comments coming from both of them. I will first like to invite Mrs. Karina Palkova to take the floor and ask the question or make the comment.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, Thank you so much for this, I must say, high-level conference and for this panel discussion. My question is going to be about the probably transformation of understanding of pluralism. So basically, how do you think has the meaning of pluralism changed after the Russian invasion to Ukraine? For instance, from the media perspective, from the social perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take the other question at the same time. Mrs. Ineta Zimele.
Right, it's working, yeah. Well, hello everyone. In fact, I wanted to step in quickly because of what you mentioned, Veronica. Indeed, and it links to the question just posed. It is extremely important, and I would indeed like to underline that the threats to democracy are of a very varied character today. I shall have the opportunity to speak about that at the end for those who will still be with us. But you mentioned indeed the accumulation of economic power in a few hands, and that indeed we are living through that. We are probably coming now to realize the risk that that poses to democracy. And certainly to what democracy represents, such as the plurality of opinions, the participation, maximum participation of everyone, every citizen in the democratic processes. Here, the point I would like to mention, because I won't have enough time in the afternoon, concerns the role of the European Union. Because that is precisely, if you look at internal market, and if you look at competition, fair competition rules, as well as the rules on state aid, for example, and the second top category of the cases decided last year by the Court of Justice, in fact, concerns exactly this area, namely the competition rules and state aid rules. That tells you that in the state of our economy, the way it is run for the purposes of internal market, there are plenty of problems. But of course, the solutions that we have come up with in Europe are the rules on fairness, well, at the level of the EU law, and then being applied or transposed in the EU member states. So in fact, that is extremely interesting to realize that the European Union has been working with that for a rather long time to exactly avoid that there are, division of market among the few within different areas of business, as it were. So that's just to a little bit continue what you started with. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this commentary. So we have the question about pluralism. I suggest that we proceed in the reverse order, if that is fine with you.
I took the question on pluralism specifically directed at the situation in Ukraine. So allow me to respond to what Ineta Zimele just added, and to some of the additional threats which are now on the table, which I think are really to be taken seriously. And I think there's another modification in constitutional law and another response in constitutional law, particularly fundamental rights jurisprudence, to react to these challenges, which is fundamental to our understanding of liberal constitutionalism. Because in liberal constitutionalism, fundamental rights were directed against the state, not oligarchs, right? Not private enterprises, right? Not the private actor, right? That was the exception to the rule, Drittwirkung, something like that. There are ways to get at them, but there are indirect ways, etc. So even in classic Kantian German negative rights constitutionalism, we moved a bit. And we moved early and very, very German in a soccer case. I'm not kidding, in a soccer case. Because in the early days, the first case was a Frankfurt airport case. The court said at some point, the threats to fundamental rights today are not necessarily threats from the state anymore. They're threats from private actors who run our lives. Social media platforms are the prime example, but in Germany, soccer clubs are the other one. If you're into soccer, and you basically have to be, the soccer clubs run your life in that they totally monopolize access to soccer games and all of that. So one soccer fan came to the court and said, I don't want to be kicked out. He was a hooligan, so, there were reasons, but came to the court and don't want to be kicked out. Well, usually the reaction would have been, what do we have to do with this? We defend you against the state, get back to your soccer club. But the court said in a quite, I think, interesting and looking forward-pointing ruling that in situations where private entities monopolize a sphere of life and are powerful in similar ways to the state, fundamental rights are applicable, at least the basic fundamental rights. Well, there's a debate there's controversy there, as in all constitutional courts, but at least we opened the door to say, if there's a monopoly, if there is a situation we all depend on, then fundamental rights have to extend to that very situation. And I think for liberal constitutionalism, that's a very, very important move. Careful, yes, no activism but active, but still an important way to confront actors or threats or enemies, I don't want to call them enemies, dangerous developments around democracy that we all face today.
I like this trend of case law, but I must say that in our case, even this horizontal aspect of human rights actually completely destroyed those old concepts of negative rights, because now we are judging basically many issues where we expound positive aspect of a fundamental right, the state obligation to protect against the private actor. And I must say, from our most recent case law, it is visible that, especially the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, in my way, perhaps conservative way, is a bit questionable. Yeah? This is the right of victim to get the perpetrator of the crime punished, which, at least from my original understanding of constitutionalism, is pretty questionable. Whether this is not just the obligation of the state, but whether the victim has got the right to get the perpetrator punished. But I would like to respond a little bit about the question on plurality, because first, I think I have 2 points on that. First, I believe in this democracy capable of defending itself, so that's why definitely we must be able to protect ourselves in legal means against various intrusions of the Russians, which is happening all the time in the Czech Republic, all the time. So we must be able to do that, and we must be able to legally defend itself. On the other hand, I'm afraid of something we might call collective guilt. Yeah? So I was, before appointing to the bench, I was one of the most outspoken critics of the decision of the Czech Constitutional Court, which basically upheld the possibility of the hotel owner to ask the Russian national who wanted to get an accommodation in that hotel owner to sign a declaration denouncing the Russian expansion, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yeah? And this was just based on his nationality. And basically all Russian nationals had to sign such a thing. And I think it's too much. I would be afraid of going too much into the direction of Korematsu, which took place during the Second World War in the United States, and in which basically for some kind of distant danger of being invaded by Japan in the West Coast, they basically treated differently all Japanese Americans, and they even concentrated them in some camps in the center of the United States. So I am against, basically underemphasizing the Russian threat. The Russian threat is real, and we must deal with that. But on the other hand, we must be aware that we shall be always try to avoid a collective guilt.
Thank you. My colleagues answered maybe all. I would like to repeat and remember that now risk of losing sovereignty, independence of my country is the most, and we every time court decided the balance between security and fundamental rights and freedoms and restriction and this measure of these restrictions. And I would like to remember that now Ukrainians are defending European values and national identity with their lives at the front. Thank you.
I may again add a couple of reflections. In the end, I think the question about pluralism and the question about private actors, which stemmed from the discussion, are actually linked. And there are two ways of approaching private actors, and there is no doubt they've become very powerful nowadays, so we simply can't ignore them. One is the traditional constitutional one and also international law one. That means we still keep the state at the center and we say it's up to the state to regulate private actors. And that's the classical way we are quite experienced in this sphere. It's not necessarily sufficient, especially for weaker states. It might be very difficult to regulate private actors, or it might not even be in their interest. The other one is actually more in line with legal pluralism, and that is bringing private actors in. That means saying that also private actors themselves, not through the state, have some rights, some obligations, and we see a certain tendency to do so with respect especially to TNCs, transnational corporations, under international law. It's also a very interesting question for the Venice Commission at the moment because we are updating the 2016 checklist on the rule of law, and we are discussing how we should deal with private actors, because traditionally the rule of law also has been about the state and its institutions and the citizens, but private actors have been absent. But we have realized that it is impossible to ignore them any longer. So again, we are asking this question whether we should deal with them in the traditional way, that means saying, hey, the state, you have the obligation to do something about the private actors, or the new way, that means to say also private actors have some rule of law obligations. And I think it's really one of the questions which will be crucial in the years to come. In the meantime, I've seen that we have a new request for the floor from Mr. Kristaps Tamušs.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to continue up on Ms. Balkova's question concerning pluralism, but not in respect of human rights of minorities, which Professor Baer said, okay, sure, we have to keep them even in times of emergency, but more in terms of political participation of minorities. As you know, I'm talking about the obligation of the legislator to consult the affected parties, including minority affected parties. And how does this fit in with the times of emergency when the decision-making needs to be quick? I mean, during COVID, our government sometimes changed the applicable rules twice a day. How can you ensure that minorities are properly consulted at times of true or maybe not so true emergencies? And where does this obligation to consult them maybe stop?
Thank you for the question. I suggest we link the reply to this question with any final thoughts you might have. We have 7 minutes left. That means around 2.5 minutes per person. And I suggest we proceed in whoever wants to start. I leave it up to you.
I'll be short. It's of course difficult, especially if the time is running. If you do not have enough time, so the only way how you can include it is, for instance, in the Czech scenario, we got some governmental sections which represent minority interest. We got, for instance, a Roma section of the government which speaks on behalf of the Roma population, and we have other minority sections. So they say that the officials, the bureaucrats, and at the same time, the representatives of those minorities in the government have the possibility to intervene in making those laws. But in time of COVID, it was extremely difficult because we were drafting those laws within hours. Within hours, I was speaking with some people who were drafting the law, and they just got the assignment to do it today. They got it in the morning, and they had to do it in the afternoon. So I'm afraid the possibility to include minority voices in this was very, very limited. Perhaps in judicial review, but I must say I'm not aware of the case where that we would review such a law from the perspective of the minority, but this would be possible.
If your respective constitution requires participation of minorities in legislative processes, it must be done. And the German Constitutional Court's response would maybe be, it must not become a ritual only, so you need information rights and proper timing, etc., etc. However, and I'm torn on this question because I'm a defender of minority positions, etc., etc., the German Constitution has a good reason not to oblige the legislature to consult with minorities, to consult actually with anyone. Because the idea is members of parliament are elected by everyone, so they're there to mediate the public will, and the parliament shall do what they do. And the court is then there to control that, and the court, and I think that is important, has to in some ways compensate for a lack of attention to particular interests, particularly based on a notion of fundamental rights. So a court, even in its procedures, be it hearings, but we do not often have time for hearings, or in their written procedures, need to ask people actively, proactively, as it is called today, ask people, particularly minorities, who often otherwise will not have a say in politics. So particularly those not represented in politics, which is foreigners, non-nationals, or children's interests, or those in the precariat, that is people who are too poor to effectively participate. Those are actively addressed, have been actively addressed by the Constitutional Court to at least, again, be precise on the facts. So we have a very strict doctrine to never oblige the legislature to be perfect, rational, count things through, etc., etc., etc. They can do anything in the middle of the night and agree on whatever. Politics is deal-making, not the deal-making, the American president's deal-making, but you know, it's compromise. Let's put it that way. It's compromise. And the German constitutional idea is to leave as much room for whatever kind of compromise you can get. But in case you're challenged in front of a constitutional court, you need to be properly prepared. And the court itself has to ask all affected, and the government then has to present all necessary proportionality considerations that play a part. So we go by don't over-oblige politics, don't make politics too difficult, keep politics wild and whatever. But in case it is challenged, then precise, real, for sure, justify what you did. And the court proceeding compensation for lack of minority participation is a very general principle behind the very idea of constitutional courts, but I think can really be activated and implemented in procedural tasks. And in my court, this was huge controversy. In the Senate, which is 8 judges, we really struggled of who to invite, who to ask, who counts as a minority, who's affected, who matters, etc., etc. These were the behind-the-scenes, really important fights for legitimation, etc., etc. So I think, many of you have the same experience, but I think that is a very important device to make minorities count, but not to over-oblige processes which would be impeded by too much of a necessity.
I can just add one sentence. That's why we actually expedited the possibility of amicus curiae. Even though there is no provision on amicus curiae, friend of the court, in the Act on the Constitutional Court, we already 20 years apply the possibility. So if, for instance, Roma Human Rights Watch would like to join proceedings to express its opinion, from the point of minority, we will take it. We will take it and we will deal with this, even though the law says absolutely nothing about this possibility. So this is, of course, common law inspiration, and that's how minority interests could be included in the judicial review.
In context of our situation, I would like to answer that representatives of all minority are in our parliament, in Verkhovna Rada, and their thoughts, their opinions might be heard and decide.
This is a very interesting question for me personally, because I have worked on the both Ukrainian and Latvian legislation related to minorities and languages, but seeing the time, I will practice moderator self-restraint and minimalism, and I will just limit my last intervention to thanking once again all the three panelists for their excellent presentations and also for addressing so many questions. I would also like to thank those who have taken part in the discussion, have asked the questions or made the comments, and also everyone else who has been very attentively listening to this discussion. Before we go for the last round of applause for our speakers, I would like to recall that this session is not followed directly by lunch, but by a photo session, and the instructions will certainly be forthcoming from the side of our organizers. But now please join me in thanking our panelists.
Kolēģi, liels paldies!
Dear colleagues, thank you for this panel discussion. Thank you for this session. An important announcement will be made now, so you should put on your headphones. We'll have a family photo. The family photo, in the same clothing that you're wearing at the moment, will will be taken outside this very house and in very order that you are sitting right now. So you don't have to put any additional clothes right now. Go as you are dressed now to the family photo where we had yesterday the reception there. You will be able to dine and then take coats to go there for the dining. But now just go for the family photo. Follow us, basically.
Dear colleagues, I think we could start any minute now. So if there is somebody outside still waiting to come in, this will be the time to do so. Good afternoon. Welcome back at the conference. Good afternoon, President of the Constitutional Court. Good afternoon, dear judges of Constitutional Courts and our academic powerhouses as well. I will I will moderate the second panel, and I was asked to do so at the last moment because unfortunately our previous moderator was unable to make it here, and that is why we happen to be a manel. So we have four men on the panel, but hopefully this will not distract from the quality of the discussions. So the second panel is a difficult one because it comes right after lunch, and we have to follow up on the very powerful first panel. And of course, the first and second panel of this conference are interrelated because the values that we're talking about in this conference are the ones that are mentioned in Article 2 of Treaty on the European Union. So we did the first part of the Article 2 in the first part, and now we're turning to the second part. Hopefully, though, we will be able to say something new in this part as well. I will start a little bit with a few thoughts on the topics of the second panel. So first of all, it does appear to be axiomatic that during emergency situations, it may become necessary to provide for additional restrictions to fundamental rights in order to protect the people, the state, the democratic order of the state. And such restrictions come before the constitutional courts, and constitutional courts are the guardians of the Constitution and the rule of law. And it is their task to make sure that any such additional restrictions are compatible with the Constitution. And I will suggest at least four things that the Constitutional Court should think about when assessing such restrictions. So, first of all, the Constitutional Court should assess whether restrictions have been imposed with respect to a true emergency. So we have to distinguish between emergencies that are not emergencies, pretend emergencies, and true emergencies. A political party might perceive raising ratings of another political party as an emergency and frame it as such, but the constitutional courts have to verify whether the emergency is really such as threatens the existence of life or the nation. Secondly, the constitutional courts have to verify whether the restrictions that are imposed are actually related to the emergency in question, and following up on that, whether the restrictions are necessary to deal with such an emergency. So there always needs to be the link between whatever situation is creating the emergency and the restrictions in question. And lastly, and this is something that we spoke about in the morning, in the first session already, is that constitutional courts are the ones who have to check whether the restrictions are not imposed for longer than strictly necessary. It is not exclusively the task of constitutional courts. It might be the legislator, as mentioned by Judge Kuhn in the morning session, that sometimes the restrictions will have self-destructive clauses that they cease to operate after a certain time. So these are the four issues that constitutional courts must look at. In terms of how restrictions of human rights are imposed, states can opt for one of the two models. They can either explicitly recognize that an envisaged restriction is at odds with the peacetime standards or the normal standards that would be applicable, and therefore then the state will declare a state of emergency, martial law, or similar extraordinary regime. And in this case, the state will probably inform its international partners about derogation from its international human rights obligations. This will be the dramatic scenario. Or the state can choose to consider that no derogation or emergency mechanism is necessary, and that the required human rights restrictions could withstand the ordinary review of constitutionality. Of course, the Constitutional Court should be entitled to review both the permissibility of derogations and the constitutionality of the restrictions that are imposed ordinarily. However, experience shows that the restrictions that are imposed during emergencies can frequently approach or even exceed the limits of what is permissible outside emergencies. Therefore, this assessment will always be slightly tricky. Constitutional courts, of course, should not exercise the review of emergency measures formally. They should not look at the law outside the context. They have to take into account the present-day circumstances. On the other hand, the approach of Constitutional Court to judicial review cannot be arbitrary. It has to be consistent and foreseeable. As was mentioned in the morning by both Dr. Bilkova and Dr. Baer, the consistency and foreseeability of Constitutional Court's decisions are the ones that make the general public trust in Constitutional Courts. So Constitutional Courts have an obligation to make sure that their decision-making is consistent and foreseeable. This in turn means that when constitutional courts have a recourse to some considerations that they do not employ in their ordinary decision-making, for instance, considerations such as geopolitical context or something else, this means these concepts need to be applied in a consistent manner. An example here is the reference of the Constitutional Court of Latvia and the European Court of Human Rights to the existing geopolitical context in deciding certain cases. Such considerations as geopolitical context cannot be played out as a trump card which the court has been hiding in its sleeve. The parties and the general public have to realize how these considerations will be taken into account. And they can be taken into account in various ways. For instance, geopolitical considerations can inform the court about the contents of certain legitimate aims for human rights restrictions. For example, in case of a cyber attack of the state, the protection of national security might gain a different meaning. It might mean also cyber security of the state. Or alternatively, geopolitical context might be taken into account when assessing the proportionality of human rights restrictions stricto sensu. So it's just another consideration to be taken into account when carrying out the balancing exercise. Right now we have more danger to the state, therefore more restrictions might be permissible. However, what is important here is that the methodology employed by the Constitutional Court should be consistent and should be foreseeable. And this goes back to what was discussed in the morning, that the rules for emergency situations should be known beforehand. The rules for how constitutional courts will deal with emergency situations should be known beforehand. So, to conclude this brief introduction, legal certainty, albeit in adjusted format, remains the cornerstone of democratic states governed by the rule of law, and this is true even in times of emergency. With this few introductory words, I will give the floor to the people who have actually been invited here to speak. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists, starting with Martin Šmits, who is currently a judge at the Latvian Constitutional Court, and we're very happy to have him here. And previously, he was serving as a judge at the European Court of Human Rights, elected on behalf of Latvia. He also has written many distinguished academic publications, which are of great value to the Latvian legal science and I hope outside Latvia as well. Following Dr. Šmits' presentation, we will have a presentation by Judge Matej Accetto from the Slovenian Constitutional Court, longtime friend of the Latvian Constitutional Court, so we're happy to have a representative of Slovenian court here. Judge Accetto is a judge of Constitutional Court of Slovenia. Previously, he was, until very recently, he was the president of the Constitutional Court of Slovenia. He also has extensively published on various topics, including the topics that are going to be covered in today's presentation. And last but not least, we have Dr. Alan Green, who will be talking about an area of his specialization to a certain extent. And we're very happy to have you here. Alan Green is a reader in constitutional law and human rights at Birmingham Law School. And being a true academic, his list of publications is very impressive, and hopefully we will learn some insights into them during today's presentations. With that, I will yield the floor to Dr. Šmits, Judge Šmits, and afterwards we will proceed in the order the gentlemen are seated here. So, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will make my presentation in Latvian language. Cienītās dāmas.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon. Since the Constitutional Court has this tradition to publish conference papers in very nice and neatly designed books, I have already written my speech, and I'm going to read my speech. In my address, I will turn to both aspects outlined for the discussion: emergency situation and geopolitical context. The aim of this address to examine the most important judgments by the Constitutional Court and to identify the possible conclusions that can be made in relation with protection of fundamental rights, democratic state, and the rule of law. Issues related to emergency situations, the Constitutional Court recently reviewed in 5 judgments in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. In the very first judgment regarding restriction in gaming halls and also gambling, distance gambling, the Constitutional Court defined several important principles that should be abided by when examining restrictions on fundamental rights in emergency situations. First of all, with respect to the legal regime of the emergency situation, this is issued by the government, the cabinet. The following must be complied with. The aims and the grounds of these decisions should be linked to the emergency situation declared in the country, prevention of this situation, and returning to the normal status. Restrictions on the fundamental rights should comply with the framework set by the legislator and should be under the legislator's review. Secondly, in a unique and unclear situation, the legislator has the right to adopt decisions based on reasonable assumptions and are aimed at protection of fundamental rights. So it's possible to derogate from participation of stakeholders, research-based decisions, and comprehensive risk assessment. Thirdly, even balancing the second principle, even when the state derogates from its international commitments, the decisions taken in the country should comply with the principle of proportionality. Among others, the chosen measures should be the less restrictive of all that could be used to reach the aim. Even more so, this obligation must be met when during the emergency situation, fundamental rights are restricted in the usual procedure, meaning that the state is not derogating from international human rights commitments. The legislator should always comply with the general legal principles aimed at decreasing damage upon fundamental rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Fourthly, the state does not have the obligation but has the right to decide whether derogation from the international commitments should be subject to the usual principle of testing the restriction. This applies also to other international rights. The state has to assess whether these rights can be restricted, and then secondly, whether it can reach the aim by restricting these rights, or perhaps stronger measures are necessary. In this case, legal persons, organizers of gambling, had submitted application requesting reviewing the provisions that during COVID-19 pandemic prohibited from organizing gambling both on-site and remotely. And compliance with Article 105, which enshrines the right to property, was contested. Latvia derogated Latvia derogated from the right to private and family life, freedom of association, right to education, and also freedom of movement. The right to property was not among those rights with respect to which derogation was made, and the obligations imposed by the convention were still fully binding for Latvia. The applicants alleged that Latvia had violated also Article 15 of the convention because it had not made derogation from the right to property. According to Article 15, the Constitutional Court dismissed this argument, stating that it was not applicable if the state had not made a derogation. So the court found that the restriction of on-site gambling was proportional. However, the restriction on remote gambling was disproportionate because there were less restrictive measures that could be used. For example, to limit the time and financial resources of the persons who wanted to gamble online. Moreover, lack of research because of the lack of time could be applied to on-site gambling, but this justification could not apply to remote gambling, which was aimed at preventing psycho-emotional consequences of the pandemics. In another case, again, on the basis of the same principles, the court identified violation of Article 105 to those shops who were in shopping malls who could provide compliance with epidemiological requirements as isolated stores. And the court concluded that there were measures by which the applicants, the shopping centers' rights would be restricted to a lesser extent. There was a similar case regarding the right of a member of the parliament to participate in the parliament sessions. The court found that in March 2022, when the epidemiological requirements were not so strong, the prohibition to a member of the parliament who had not been vaccinated to participate in the parliamentary sessions was not objectively founded, and the aims could be reached by less restrictive measures. And these conclusions were based on the finding that the parliament has a decisive role in taking decisions in a situation of crisis. So well-considered decisions should be taken, and this can be ensured only if all members of the parliament can express their opinions. The court did not identify violation of the right to education enshrined in Article 112 of the Constitution, because remote learning continued only after the emergency situation had ended. The Constitutional Court underscored that if an extraordinary situation has not been declared, this does not mean that persons' health and welfare is not under threat. The same finding can be found also in the court's decision on prohibition of trade in shopping centers. Likewise, a violation of Article 105 was not identified in the case regarding prohibition of importing mink into Latvia. And again, the decision was based on consideration of risks. These cases allow us to make several conclusions. First of all, in the extraordinary legal regime, derogations from the usual legislative process are admissible, both with respect to delegating the competence to the government and also the quality of the legislative process. Secondly, the principle of proportionality still exists and functions also in emergency situation. In the 3 of these 5 cases, violations were identified due to assessment of the need for restrictions. It was concluded that alternative measures were available, allowing to reach the aim in the same quality, but that these measures would have been less restrictive. Thirdly, no differences can be found in assessing restrictions on fundamental rights during the situation and after that. Proportionality was considered very meticulously. On the one hand, it might seem that it is enough to use the traditional test of the restriction of fundamental rights, and derogation from international human rights would give the space to the government to restrict fundamental rights even more. On the second hand, although derogation from the Article 15 of the Convention was made, the Constitutional Court continued reviewing proportionality. And also, the aims of these decisions should be linked to preventing the extraordinary situation and leading country back to the normal situation. So Latvia's practice confirms the argument that in extraordinary situations, the derogation mechanism should be triggered in the framework of Article 15 of the Convention, because this prevents from perceiving as a norm a situation which deteriorates protection of fundamental rights. I hope that Professor Green will still speak more about academic debates on these matters. Fourthly, neither the Constitutional Court nor the Court of Human Rights has assessed the restriction on any of the four rights at the time when Latvia had made the derogation. So no conclusions can be made whether derogation from international human rights commitments left tangible impact on the interpretation of fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution. The Court has noted that derogation pertains to the international law and does not influence specification of the constitutional norms. But it also has stated that less restrictive measures should be considered, and even more, this should be done in a situation when a derogation has been made. The geopolitical context is a totally different topic. By this, we should understood the impact upon Latvia that follows from Russia's aggressive military and other activities. The Constitutional Court has referred to geopolitical context in 5 cases. In 2 cases, transition to language of the official language as the language of instruction. And in one of the cases, we see a general reference to the geopolitical context. And in the very first case, the content of this concept was elaborated. This comprises Russia's military and hybrid activities, informative impact operations, including propaganda and disinformation activities, cyber attacks to Latvia on Latvian cyberspace. Geopolitical context in this case served as an argument regarding proportionality considerations, especially stating that Latvia needed politically neutral national armed forces. Then, in the next case regarding residence permits, the geopolitical context allowed identifying legitimate aims and also was present in the assessment of proportionality. However, the case regarding the use of the official language in pre-election campaign was dealing with the geopolitical context very extensively. A political party contested one of the law provision which prohibited paid-for campaign during the pre-election period in other language except the Latvian language, the official language, for 120 days before the election. The only exception was made with respect to the elections of the European Parliament and municipality elections, where translation into the languages of EU member states could be provided. The compliance with Article 100, that's guarantee of the freedom of speech, was assessed. And actually, the court was assessing the geopolitical context. The court found that Russia, with its policy of compatriots, was implementing the idea of the Russian world and using this as a pretext. And the same methods were used in preparing the hybrid war against Ukraine. Latvia has been threatened by Russia's informative impact measures. These are used to unite the part of society which has pro-Kremlin attitudes. And it is also used to divide the Latvian society. And it's used to reinforce the current narrative of the Russian power and aggressive policy. So the legitimate aim is protection of the public security and democratic state order. The court concluded that the benefit gained by society in the current geopolitical situation outweighed the adverse consequences caused to the political party by the restriction on its rights, and no violation of the freedom of speech was identified. And also, it was taken into account that this restriction was not applied to all kinds of pre-election activities. This is also limited in time, and it's not aimed against the pluralism of opinion. The aim of this restriction is to decrease Russia's influence during the period of intense communication between the electors and the candidates, so that Russia's political interests would not be enshrined in the institution of the legislature of Latvia of the EU. This reinforces the democracy of Latvia and also of Europe.
Atsaucās uz Latvijas pašreizējās situācijas analīzi Eiropas cilvēktiesību tiesas spriedumā lietā Ždanoka pret Latviju numur 2. Pagājušo gadu pieņemtajā spriedumā Eiropas
2. And according to European Court of Human Rights, given the current threats faced by Latvia, the restrictions that were introduced with regard to people who in early 1990s were against Latvia's independence and their rights to be candidates in the parliamentary or in general or local elections does not conflict with the Article 2 of the Convention, Protocol 1, and despite geopolitical context, according to the European Court of Human Rights, this restriction does not work in vacuum. And here's a quote. The situation has changed quite drastically since 2006. We can't ignore the fact that Latvia borders with the Russian Federation, which from 2008 has occupied part of Georgia and also acquired military and political control of some parts of Ukraine. We can't neither ignore that in 2022, on 24th of February, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, following which, according to the Article 8 of the Council of Europe statutes, since 2022, 16th of March, Russian Federation was no longer a member state of the Council of Europe, although the attack actually happened after the submission of the complaint or after the contesting. It nevertheless is part of the clear chain of links that's chain of events that started in 2006 and therefore is relevant. And also ECHR indicated that Latvia and Europe is not as stable as it were in 2006, and since then Latvia has more than one reason to be afraid about its security, territorial integrity and democracy. Therefore, any actions taken by Latvia in this special historical and political context is perfectly justifiable, even more justifiable than in 2006. I should also admit that geopolitical context is one of the factors in Russia's aggressive military and political control of the parts of Georgia and Ukraine is important. That has been referred to by the ECHR previously, for example, Gaponenko against Latvia, where it basically dismissed the complaint with regard to restrictions of the freedom of speech and rights in pretrial detention. So, with regard to geopolitical context, what we can see is that no court operates in a vacuum or isolation. It considers all the factors or some of factors or broader or narrower factor that context that is relevant. Secondly, each case is unique and we can benchmark or compare them only to the extent where they are similar without compromising or making the legal analysis superficial. The fact that we've been neighboring with Russia for 50 years, been part of the USSR for a while, and are under the influence of Russia's compatriot or policy, which is systematic and systematically targets pro-Kremlin part of the society in Latvia, is noteworthy and If it would happen in some other South European country, of course, the assessment would be different. Geopolitical context is not a legal term, of course. It depends, or it is describing basically external factors that might be relevant to the case. So general references to geopolitical context without specifying which, in particular, nuances are relevant would only taint the legal justification and would compromise the outcomes of the case. Geopolitical context is important for national security and self-defending or militant democracy. The use of official language in election campaigns is the case where Constitutional Court referred to its previous case law that indicated that certain safeguards might be needed to defend democracy. If we distance ourselves from this particular case when trying to balance the benefits of the democracy and democratic order against restrictions on individual rights, then democracy will always succeed, and nobody doubts that. But in order to trigger militant democracy, we have to have a real need. And geopolitical context must also be assessed from the proportionality point of view. It shouldn't be permissible to allow that restrictions that have been imposed under the emergency would be strictly assessed from the proportionality point of view, whereas those introduced due to geopolitical context would be subject to more lax assessment. And according to the Constitutional Court, a legislator must always be guided by general legal principles evaluating the infringement or the possible impact on the basic rights, fundamental rights, democracy, and rule of law, and should also judge it based on the geopolitical context. And when defending democracy, we should also always be guided by general principles and evaluate the possible impact or damage on the fundamental rights and rule of law. So, thank you for your attention.
Giving a detailed overview of the case law of Latvian Constitutional Court with respect to COVID-19 and including some provocative ideas with respect to the necessity to assess less restrictive alternatives. And thank you also very much for your input with respect to geopolitical context that has been applied by Latvian Constitutional Court and the European Court of Human Rights. And I guess the matter of whether both courts mean the same thing by this concept is still open for debate. But maybe the interaction with the audience will help us clarify that question. With that said, I would like to give floor to Judge Accetto and his presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will try to make sure it says 26 minutes, but I know that this is supposed to be the time for all of us, so I'll make sure that I don't think it's just time for me. But I'll stop at 6.5, right? And we will probably run a bit over time. Esteemed President Kucina, distinguished judges of apex courts from all around Europe, and of course all the organizers, I am very grateful for the invitation, not only because the conference speaks to me and because it's a convenient opportunity to see some familiar faces that I do in the audience today, but also, as from my side, a sign of reaffirmation of the long institutional and cultural affinity and sisterhood between the two institutions of our courts. I'm very happy to be here. And we are also sisters or sister institutions and states in this context of the talk I will give, which of course, with the dangers of overlapping with the other talks of today, will address what I will term, for the purposes of my talk, disruptive realities. And I will choose three, and they're familiar to all of us, and two may be somewhat new in the context of what has been discussed today to this time. The pandemic, the COVID-19, a very useful learning tool in that regard. Climate change, perhaps a bit less predictable, and mass migration. Now, why joining such disruptive realities? To start with, to paraphrase Tolstoy, the actions of his modern-day compatriot notwithstanding, I'm happy to still hold him as part of my cultural heritage. So to paraphrase him, each disruptive reality is disruptive in its own way. But echoing a little bit of what Professor Bilkova said this morning, when she said that emergencies resemble each other, I do also agree that there are certain common strands and elements, characteristics that we can actually draw together and maybe think about. And in that context, I think the first reality, and I'll say this also in light of the discussion this morning, is that these realities are disruptive precisely, I think, in a way, because they are not altogether new. They are not simply novel challenges for the operation of the law, but they are disruptive because they usually address legal issues and concepts and problems which have been known before, but they do it in a disruptive fashion, right? We don't need to look far or think long to think of that. When it comes to COVID-19, right? There are several references to the plagues back in the Old Testament, but there are very famous plagues in the medieval times, spanning many waves over several centuries, and even jumping all the way to the present day. Over the last 20 years before the pandemic, we had the SARS, we had the MERS, we had the swine flu, we had the Ebola virus, we had the Zika virus, right? But every time, the period of reflection, of fear, was followed by what someone termed as a sort of a societal amnesia, right? And we have fallen back to the belief that what we have in place is okay, is enough, but it wasn't, right? We have been all, I think, I have never met a person who said we were absolutely well prepared for the COVID-19, right? In terms of the legislative framework, in terms of the institutional setup, in terms of the mechanisms to combat it. And similar ideas could be said of climate change and mass migration, right? They both have existed before. Climate change, the conflict, the clash between the public and the private, the right to personal property and the exigencies of the public good have been known to Romans, right? Migration has led over a number of years and decades to development of legislation, of international law as well on the topic. But yet, we see that there are new sorts of crises, as evidenced in the EU context by the so-called New Pact reform, including the so-called crisis and force majeure regulation, which aims to assist those states faced with, I think it's called, migration emergencies that pose challenges for their institutional response, and that will draw upon in the assistance on the ideas of solidarity, but also derogation from the established rules on migration law. So what is different really is that when these realities confronted the operation of the legal order, they were perceived to be or taken as really disruptive, right? To give you just one example, when Romania introduced, and if there are Romanian colleagues, I'm happy to be added to or perhaps corrected if I understand it wrongly, when the state of emergency was being declared by way of a presidential decree, the preamble of that decree said, these are unforeseeable, this is an unforeseeable, exceptional context which requires exceptional measures. And the Court of Human Rights, the Strasbourg Court, in one of the early decisions on COVID in 21, referring to that decree, said there is no doubt in the mind of the court that COVID-19 may have very serious effects, not only on health, but also on society, the economy, the functioning of the state, and life in general. So that is where the disruptive nature of these realities sort of comes, right, to stark relief. And they test the established tenets of the operation of the rule of law in different ways. So how do they test it? And again, I apologize for repeating some of what has been said already today. One way is that they test the traditional role of the courts, their institutional competence, their jurisdictional limits, also more broadly the operation of the checks and balances within the system of the separation of powers. We see this as the change in the ordinary division of labor between the executive and legislative branches, right? In the COVID context, we see it as the very uneasy question of choosing between political and judicial safeguards of environment in climate change law, which of course also leads to discussions to put more labels to what Professor Baer said this morning between political and legal or legislative constitutionalism, and ultimately perhaps also the right balance between judicial activism and judicial restraint. So we see it in different ways. Another way in which these disruptive realities change and challenge our thinking on the established tenets of the rule of law is that they affect, or at least force us to confront, the established grounds and standards for judicial review, both procedurally and substantively, right? Issues such as issues of standing, justiciability of claims under fundamental rights regimes, extent of obligations on the state, positive or negative, the remedies, and so forth. I'm happy here to note, I loved the address by Professor Bersch, her wonderful distinction between the rigidity or judicial activity on standards and flexibility or judicial wisdom. I may be doing, right, damage to her better way of explaining it on remedies. But I would posit that these realities also do affect standards themselves. And not wanting to go too much into the discussion that my predecessor already had, COVID, the realities of COVID made very apparent that a traditional proportionality review can simply not be done, right? If we are faced with a double uncertainty, both as to the nature and the level of threat posed by COVID, and to the utility or effectiveness of the planned regulatory response, we can simply not conduct the usual proportionality review because we cannot assess what we are balancing in the, not even the suitability, but less so necessity and proportionality stricto sensu. We simply do not have the knowledge to conduct those traditional standards, right, or steps of the proportionality test. So we all had to, I think, decide between either withdrawing or adapting to the realities of that uncertainty. And we have come up with different, I suppose, manageable, right, feasible responses. What we have chosen and discussed in Slovenia was the idea that there are other criteria which then have to be met, that the measures adopted have to have a verifiable basis on the best possible expert advice, which is also actively sought, which must be actively sought, that they are transparently communicated not only to the members of parliament, but also to the public at large, and that they are time limited, right? Which is something that I think we have already heard in different guises. Judge Jurovska spoke of legality, temporality, and clarity this morning, and it's not so dissimilar to what we had in that context. In any event, finally, an important, and maybe in the light of the theme of this panel, right, and the conference question, is also whether this sort of disruptive realities challenge us in a way which requires of us to invent some new regimes of exception. Right? So can we deal with them within the ambit of the established mechanisms, whether or not they already include some sort of a state of emergency under our constitutional orders, or whether we should actually perhaps tailor unique exceptional regimes for these disruptive realities? I come from a country that has known ever since the early 1990s, so we were not forced by the events in the 90s to change it, but we already envisaged in the early 90s in our constitution the possibility for the state of emergency, be it state of war or another exceptional circumstance requiring it. But we have had, and we continue to have, just this bilateral choice, either the ordinary constitutional regime or the state of emergency with its particular set, right, of possible temporary derogations and so forth. And in 2019, we had to review the constitutionality of provisions of the Aliens Act, which have established a special legal regime, as it was called, to be used during a time of changed circumstances in the field of migration. And when we have been reviewing this, we said it was significant for us that these changed circumstances did not either envisage, entail, or require the declaration of the state of emergency. And they were not to be used only in those circumstances in which the state would no longer be able to function to effectively ensure public order or security, as a result of which the existence of the state itself would be threatened, but already when the functioning was rendered difficult, or even when it has not yet, such consequences have not yet even occurred. And we said, from the point of view of the review of the Constitutional Court, we thus feel obliged to review these measures under the ordinary constitutional regime, and accordingly found that it was unconstitutional. And here I want to perhaps already preempt something I would say in the concluding part, which will take a few minutes, so I'll use my 20 minutes. But in light of the discussion we had this morning, and I think all the very well taken remarks, when we think of judicial wisdom and rigidity, right, and how far, I think there was a lot of argument made and well taken, and I think I agree with all that was said, that of course the facts become very important in such discussions of particular instances of these disruptive realities as they occur. There may be a difference between, and this is something important for constitutional courts, between the abstract review of legislation, of the framework, and the more concrete review of actual concrete measures or actions taken on the day, right? And I always find it a little bit more difficult to conceive of it, and I'm thinking out loud here, discussing it, that when we conduct the abstract review of legislation, we have to imagine the hypothetical scenarios in which this legislation might be applicable. And the factual circumstance, which, as this morning's addresses have pointed out, may be very relevant in assessing whether or not something was constitutionally permissible or not, are not there. And in such events, to think of, hypotheticals which may render a particular legislative framework constitutionally permissible becomes a much more difficult task, and maybe one that the courts are not supposed to or required to undertake when conducting this abstract review. But that may be very relevant if on the day you're reviewing a concrete action taken on the basis of such a legislation. In any event, all these challenges may lead, and have led in practice over time, to uneasy questions of whether these extraordinary circumstances of such disruptive realities may require, for the established requirements of the rule of law, sometimes to take a step back, to take precedence over them. And there have been critics who have seen or asked, in the past, whether the rule of law is sometimes not an obstacle that, in the spirit or in the name of rule of law, becomes a formalistic hindrance preventing an effective response to these disruptive realities, such as the COVID measures taken. And I want to stop, I have 5 more minutes, with a defense. I will call it a tentative but emphatic defense of why the rule of law has a role to play. And again, I think some of it has been heard before. Firstly, because human rights, not just the role of constitutional courts, which I think was already stressed this morning, but the human rights, the concept of rights, is intended for when it is hard, not for when it is easy. The freedom of expression is not there so that teachers can sing lullabies to children in kindergartens, It is for those expressions which are uneasy, which are controversial, which may be insulting, but pursue a recognized constitutional value. So in a way, and it was said before, right? The extraordinary circumstances are those in which understanding the limits of rights and what they still require all of us and the powers that be to do are so important. In this regard, I also wonder if there is a distinction to be made between the ordinary operation of the law, which also undergoes a development, and these disruptive realities, right? Because this morning when we had the discussion, when I was listening to the discussion, there were some elements of the development of the law which are just natural to the law. And I think that sometimes there's a thin line between understanding that the development of, let's say, that it's not only the state actors, but also some powerful private actors who may be engaged, right, on the side of obligations under the human rights regimes, is part of the ordinary development of the law, right? It may even go the other way, that states are no longer just addressed by human rights, but might themselves become subjects of human or fundamental rights, right? I have seen one case in which a member state of the EU filing an action against the EU institutions alleged a violation of its right under the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. And we can absolutely see it in the logic of it's no longer the states vis-a-vis private actors represented by the NGOs as the civil society, right, voice, but that the states sometimes are the biggest NGO around and may, right? So that there is that development, but we're talking about these specific instances of disruptive realities. And there is, I won't belabor that point, a practical need for such adjudication, which is evidence. We had, in COVID times, about 1,000 cases lodged at the Constitutional Court, some of them identical, but about 200 plus that were separate issues addressed by different applications lodged with the court. And in this regard, I am not that concerned with the fact that the courts come after the fact. The courts, by definition, come after the fact, right? And especially, perhaps, the constitutional courts. I like the allegory, the metaphor that we operate in a way like the owl of Minerva, that Hegel said spreads its wings in the dusk when the day is done and looks back at the day and tells us whether what was being done was okay or not. Because the purpose, the true purpose, perhaps, in many respects, may be not so much to exert judgment, right, ex post facto on the thing that just happened, but to set the standards, to think about, to contemplate whether what was being done was okay for all the future cases. So I think that in COVID-19 litigation, the real usefulness of that is what it tells us and what it establishes as standards for the future cases. And in that light, I think that all the different discussions, including the one I haven't touched, the disruptive reality of the war of Ukraine, sometimes ask us to recalibrate or to rethink on the balance between two different approaches or understandings of the principle of effectiveness. It can either operate as a notion which ensures by its observance that desired results will be achieved, or as a notion which assures by its existence that these results may be achieved. And traditionally, there has been an understanding which has split up between the domestic legal context and international legal context. In one, effectiveness operated as a governing principle that required that the facts adhere to the law. And in the other context, it was a little bit more of a notion that also may have required the law, the legal status, to adapt to the facts. And I think what we have seen in some of these cases, domestically and internationally, is a reassessment of whether this distinction should not be pushed in the direction of the second understanding of the term, which I find very problematic. And so I finish with a call to arms or to law, right, fair, as Professor Bilkova said. I have seen many studies in the past that there has been a positive correlation between the respect for the rule of law and public health. I would wager a guess, or even a wager, that it's not just a coincidental correlation, and that the rule of law, which does also allow for exceptional circumstances to be taken into account, and actually, I think, in many respects, makes the response more effective through the virtues that it exudes or requires of those adopting measures, should be seen as a tool of, rather than an obstacle to, effective response to disruptive realities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge Chetto, for your presentation, which sort of continued the thought of this morning of Professor Baer of need to rethink things in face of emergency. And I felt that the first two speakers were trying to compete with who is going to be more provocative, because Judge Chetto was asking us to rethink many things, starting from the very concept of how judicial review is to be carried out and ending with proposing maybe perhaps different legal regulation of emergency situations. Thank you again, and I hope this will give a lot of thought, a lot of food for discussion afterwards. But before we get to the discussion, I would like to give floor to Dr. Alan Green. The floor is yours, and yeah, I think you have 20 minutes, but we'll be flexible if possible.
Thank you. I feel a little bit like a fish out of water as an academic in a room full of judges. And had you told me when I started my PhD many years ago that I would be standing in a room full of judges, full of practitioners who are interested in emergency powers, I think I would have been quite worried about what that future would look like. I think when it's a good time to be a scholar of emergency powers, it is unfortunately a bad time for everybody else. So I'm speaking, I think, from a theoretical perspective, but hopefully it has quite a lot of concrete practical implications. I'm going to draw from a range of my research, and if there's a general theme that comes through my research, it is to have, I think, a healthy skepticism of executive supremacy in times of emergency. So I want to talk about two key questions, and it's about the role of the judiciary and the other branches during a time of emergency. And the first question I want to talk to you about is whether this decision to declare a state of emergency should be amenable to judicial review. In some jurisdictions, that should be very clear-cut. The European Court of Human Rights, for example, it's quite clear-cut that the court can scrutinise that question. In other jurisdictions, it's perhaps not so clear, it's not spelt out. My research, my argument contends that even if it's not expressly spelt out, on the thinnest conception of the rule of law, judicial review must be necessary. And then the second question I want to talk to you about is, notwithstanding whether the decision to declare an emergency or the measures enacted is amenable to judicial review, to what extent should deference be accorded to the executive? To what extent should the judiciary scrutinise these, what are often considered to be political decisions, closely? So my research was, my first book was based upon an analysis of existing international treaties and various constitutions to try and identify, what is the core of a state of emergency? What are we talking about when we're talking about emergencies or states of exception? I end up defining an emergency here at the bottom. It's not a definition that I think should be incorporated into any legal document whatsoever. It's more from a legal scientific perspective. What is it that we're studying? It's more from a descriptive perspective. And you can see from this definition that it is incredibly broad. And that is necessary in order to accommodate all the various different phenomena that can trigger an emergency. But I think what's key to this definition is the role it places on the decision maker, on the person who is declaring whether an emergency exists or not. So ideally, an emergency should be objective. It should be something that in general we should all agree upon exists. But in reality, that's not the case. In reality, a heightened degree of subjectivity comes into play. And that's why this definition places a focus on the decision maker. But by placing a focus on this subjectivity of emergencies, that requires us then, it opens the door for us to question and second guess that person who is making that initial decision. And this subjectivity of emergency is key to understanding, one of the key theorists of emergency powers, who we've heard talked about earlier on today, and that is Carl Schmitt. And Carl Schmitt, we've heard that sovereign is he who decides on the exception. So that is very much a subjective definition of what an emergency is. And Carl Schmitt, to understand, he's known as the crown jurist of the Third Reich. His theory, I think, is quite, it contains elements, I think, that are quite dangerous, but nevertheless, he is clearly the most influential theorist in this area. And a lot of my research is kind of engaging with Schmitt and trying to appraise what kind of legal controls do we need to have in place to ensure that we do not vindicate Schmitt. So for Schmitt, he argued that even if you had a great legal definition of emergency, at the end of the day, even if a phenomenon or a threat falls outside of this, the state is going to act anyway. So he argued that law cannot control or constrain this power. This power exists beyond law. The state is going to have to act. Necessity is going to come into play. And the implications of that is that Schmitt says that this means that all state power cannot be constrained by law, that there is some power that exists beyond the law. And I think this is why Schmitt can be quite dangerous, because he says that this power to declare an emergency, well, that power actually existed before the state even existed, before the legal order existed. The only way liberalism, our liberal constitutional values, can come into play is once we have a nice, stable society. Once this sovereign has distinguished between friend and enemy and has created a Volk, has created a people, a homogeneous people with shared values. Only then do you get the stability necessary. And so it's that homogeneous Volk that I think that's where the danger lies in Schmitt. And this is where the modern manifestations of populism very much are drawing upon Schmitt and upon this idea that almost an anti-pluralism. And there is an anti-pluralism to Schmitt. And so Schmitt argues that liberal democracies are incapable of acting in times of emergencies because they're wedded to these nice values like human rights and the rule of law. Or, on the other hand, they pretend that they're wedded to these values. But in reality, when push comes to shove, they will actually act like this. So either they won't act or they're hypocritical when they do so. And so for that reason, a lot of my research is about how do we respond to Schmitt? How do we confront this Schmittian challenge without falling into his trap? And his main trap is, in order to say that all emergency powers are constrained by law, essentially we sacrifice all those key values of a constitution just to cling to the vestiges of the rule of law. And so my task was essentially, what I set my task was, what is the thinnest conception of the rule of law that we can decide upon, that we can use to resist Schmitt? And once then we've done that, once we have our thin conception of the rule of law, then we can bring in things like human rights. Essentially, I did not want to have a definition or a defense of a constitution that was reliant on human rights, not because I don't like human rights, I love human rights, but rather because I know lots of people disagree. And so I wanted to scale it back. What's the minimum we need? And I found in Schmitt's main interlocutor, Hans Kelsen, essentially I think we can find a justification for strong judicial oversight. So Kelsen, I'm sure most of us know, in continental Europe, has a very formalistic definition of law, that one law is valid if it's validated by a higher law. But Kelsen also has this argument about, well, law also needs to be effective. So validity has some element of effectiveness. And so I took this idea of effectiveness to argue, well, what happens when we suspend emergency power? What happens when we suspend constitutional values in a time of emergency? When does a suspension become permanent? And I think that's key to understanding why judicial review is necessary. Because if Kelsen argues that, well, if a norm can lose its validity over time, if it's not being exercised, being used, it becomes invalid through what's known as desuetude. In turn, if we have emergency powers that essentially are perpetually suspending or permanently suspending a constitutional norm, to what extent can we say that norm is still in effect? And for this reason, I argue that actually a permanent state of emergency can actually act as an illegitimate or unconstitutional constitutional amendment. How? It's denying a norm its effectiveness. It's effectively amended the Constitution in a way that it was not supposed to. In essence, this power, or this existence of a permanent emergency, it acts as almost like a claim for what's known as the constituent power, a power that lies beyond the Constitution, but one that creates the Constitution. So in order to ensure that this power to declare an emergency is temporary, that the existence of an emergency is temporary, that constitutional norms and values are not permanently suspended, but essentially deleted, we must ensure that power is prescribed by law. We must ensure that it is temporary. And temporariness, therefore, becomes a question for the judiciary. And it's up to the judiciary to review this. So that's one question. Should the judiciary review this? Absolutely, 100% yes. The second question is then, to what degree should effective scrutiny be afforded? Should the court scrutinize things closely, or should this take a step back? And there tend to be kind of three broad arguments in favour of judicial deference in times of emergency. And maybe not just judicial deference, but deference from the legislature and other bodies too. First one being speed, often known as necessity. The second one is the democratic legitimacy, be it, and this is particularly for the judiciary, be it towards the executive or the legislature. And then the final one is this question of expertise. Who is the expert in these areas? And I think these questions vary according to what the type of emergency that we are dealing with. So I'm going to talk about three types of emergencies: public health emergencies, financial crises, and then national security crises. So the way I coped with lockdown was I wrote a book. That's how you do it when you live in a tiny flat in Birmingham. And my argument during COVID was essentially that states should have derogated using Article 15 of the European Convention on Human Rights. The reason being, and the reason why we have formal emergency powers in constitutions, in international treaties, is to quarantine these exceptional powers to exceptional situations. And again, this is where the spectre of Schmitt, I think, comes to the fore. Because often when we hear emergency powers, we think Schmitt, and we think straight away they're dangerous and they're bad. And yes, that is the case. However, simply because we don't call what we're doing a formal state of emergency, it does not mean that somehow it's less dangerous. And a lot of the debate I had with other academics and practitioners in this area was this fear of calling what we were doing an emergency. And we had this spectre of Schmitt. But I think, in the English idiom, failure, just because you don't call something a spade doesn't mean it's a spade. It's not a spade. So my main argument and my main concern, therefore, in failure to derogate is that these powers could potentially be used, and the precedents set down can be potentially used outside of a pandemic situation. And, we are potentially seeing the outworking of that at the minute. Nevertheless, in terms of deference and some of the case law in the United Kingdom, there was often an automatic assumption that the executive is best placed, and we need to defer to the executive. And certainly in COVID, absolutely, the executive was the body that was best placed to act swiftly and decisively. But when we look at the threat from COVID, what is key is it's very different to a national security emergency. So in national security crises, the state, the executive will say, we have special secret information that we cannot tell you. If we were to tell you this, it's going to jeopardize national security. That's not the case in COVID, okay? It's absolutely not the case. There's no reason to assume that the executive per se has information that it cannot disclose to the public. So for that reason, I argue that the other branches of government, the judiciary and the legislature, need to be, have a role here to scrutinise much more closely executive decisions in a pandemic than, say, they might have in national security crises. Economic crises, then, are another different question. And this might be an area where the judiciary feels particularly weak, not least because of the expertise issue, but also there's I think the democratic legitimacy question here can be quite problematic. But nevertheless, my research ultimately fundamentally questions whether economic crises can constitute a state of emergency, largely for two different reasons. The first reason is when we talk about necessity, necessity generally means that we have a constraint and choice. It means that we have no choice but to do this thing. We have to act this way. In economic crises, because the disagreement is so profound, actually, you often get deep disagreement as what ought to be done. In that case, then, with that deep disagreement, do you implement austerity or do you implement spend to rejuvenate the economy? In those instances, it's hard to say that we have this, it's necessary to do this. Instead, that opens up the space for, well, actually, this is about democratic accountability. You can act, but you must be held accountable. There's this question as to whether the executive has particular expertise in an economic crisis, not least because information, particularly when we're talking about market crises, markets by definition are supposed to be the sum of information, publicly available information. So it's difficult to see how they have particular expertise. A further issue with this framing of economic crises as emergencies is emergencies are supposed to be defensive mechanisms. They're supposed to restore the status quo ex ante. Whereas economic crises, very often the status quo is the problem. And economic crises actually tend to usher in permanent changes. We're not restoring the status quo, that was a problem. We're trying to change it, to make sure that that does not happen again. So we're talking about a permanent change rather than just a temporary derivation. The final area is where we're talking about is national security crisis. And this is probably the area in which we have the state has the strongest case, or the executive has the strongest case for expertise. It's got this secret information it can't tell. It's got a degree of democratic legitimacy, and it's able to act swiftly. However, this is also the area in which the most egregious human rights abuses occur. And this is where this concept of a culture of justification comes into play. That essentially deference does not result in abdication of responsibility. That deference operates in a system whereby, yes, we trust the executive and their claims, but we also ensure that we have some mechanisms of accountability. I think that this concept of a culture of justification emerged from post-apartheid South Africa, and it views the Constitution, it views the rule of law, it views deference as the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary as all operating in defence of the rule of law, that the executive is able to justify its decision to these other branches. The key element, therefore, of this culture of justification is that every exercise of power needs to be justified. This can be substantial, or it can also be through procedural measures. The primary responsibility for bringing about a culture of justification is the courts. However, other theorists like David Dysenhouse, post 9/11, have suggested that it's not just the court's responsibility to protect and vindicate the rule of law, particularly where we're talking about national security issues, but it requires all branches to be committed to this rule of law project, the executive and also the legislature, and that there are legislative measures in effect to hold them to account. So ultimately, to conclude, therefore, the decision to declare an emergency must be reviewable. And the reasons for deference, I think, vary according to the type of emergency. However, deference must not mean abdication. Deference must be part of a culture of justification, and it must be earned by a bona fides executive. And I think we're living in an era, and I think there is a country in this world, a very powerful country in this world, that is trying to rule by executive decree, where it's questionable as to its bona fides, where it is using emergency powers, interestingly, economic emergency powers, to implement an authoritarian and populist regime. In the context of a culture of justification, that would not stand, and the other branches would step forward and stop that from happening. So I'm going to leave it at that. I might have gone a bit over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Green. We got everything that we expected, I think, from everything that was promised from your presentation. We got a theoretical and conceptual framework of what we had been discussing before, and maybe we got some encouragement that we can avoid Carl Schmitt even in the territory of state of emergency by following the culture of justification. While the audience is processing what has been the very intense flow of information that we have received over the last hour, perhaps I will warm you up a little bit with one question per speaker, and maybe we can ask you to respond them in turn. So I will start with Judge Mitz, and your arguments seemed to be that in reviewing various measures adopted in response to emergencies, the courts have to act on a case-by-case basis, more or less. Is this fact-specific assessment of cases helping the principle of legal certainty? If we say, well, depending on the facts of the case, the outcome could be one way or the other, or maybe I'm completely misstating what you said, so in this case, please feel free to correct me.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm not sure that's exactly what I said, because that's a very general summary of everything what I said, and that there are various separate questions into this one question. What I was saying about the general conclusions concerning the part on emergency which was declared with respect to the COVID pandemic was that Constitutional Court applied quite strict proportionality scrutiny to the decisions taken by the legislator, and well, I can't be negative towards that. I mean, I think that's a good approach, considering that the Constitutional Court said that, of course, we are in an emergency situation when we can't expect the usual depth of analysis before this decision is taken. And therefore, the Constitutional Court expressly referred to decisions taken on a reasonable assumption in the situation and considering the effect on human rights. And I think in that respect, Latvian experience is quite different, actually, from what we heard in Slovenian situation. As regards to the facts, that was part when I was talking about the geopolitical context. And my point here is that it's dangerous, it would be dangerous to use a geopolitical context as a concept without further clarifying what does it contain, because the devil is in the details, as we all judges know. But even when we talk about geopolitical context, geopolitical situation of Latvia, then in each and every case, we have to provide clearly what we mean by this, which are those elements that make up what we call this, put under the concept of geopolitical context, but these are separate elements. And for example, everything that I was talking about when I talked about the case of pre-election agitation, then actually these all aspects make up this geopolitical context. And therefore, when we decide the case, it must be clear. And I think here I make reference to what Madam Bayer said before. We have to be specific on the facts. Otherwise, it might be even dangerous, because we can employ general concepts and come to one or another decision without actually providing a clear understanding how we have reached it. Yeah. So that would be my preliminary response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad I left the possibility open that I might have misunderstood what you said. Judge Aceto, I will approach you from the same angle. I will ask you about legal certainty, especially because in your speech, you specifically said that the traditional model of judicial review might not be appropriate in certain deviations from normalcy, such as COVID, for instance, because of the double unpredictability of COVID and unpredictability of the effectiveness of response. If that is true, and we need to have a new model of judicial review, does this not leave a negative impact on the principle of legal certainty? In other words, if a person comes to the Constitutional Court, will they not be receiving sort of a surprise solution to their case if they don't know what sort of a model of judicial review will be applied with respect to emergency? Or is the legal certainty something that we shouldn't be so concerned about?
I think it works. Yeah. Oh yeah. Somebody else turns it on. That's why we all are perplexed. It's always on. Okay. I like the question, and I think, when it comes to establishing new standards, there's always some sense of unpredictability, right? Where I would agree with your initial question, or where I would say it's not a problem to decide cases on a case-by-case basis, is the following. The criteria of proportionality test had to be reimagined in the context of COVID. And had the court not remained faithful to the criteria, had the criteria changed from one case to another, I think it would be a very problematic outcome. But applying the criteria to specific different ordinances or decrees, right, and seeing whether they meet the criteria or not, that has to be done on a case-by-case basis. It will be predictable to some extent the more and more of the case law there is to the applicants. But whether or not a particular ordinance meets the criteria is a separate issue from whether the criteria change from one case to another. And I think, just to highlight also, and I'm sure that all of you have been aware and faced with the same sort of challenges. For me, one element of the judicial wisdom in remaining faithful to the respect requirements of the rule of law has been, in that context, the sense of remedies that Professor Baer mentioned. We have found that the Slovenian legislature, by extension also the executive branch, has tremendously failed in providing for an appropriate legal framework and the legal basis in law for governmental decrees. We have chastised the government and the parliament for not bringing it up to speed, the way that many other states have. But we have never repealed the measures adopted on that basis, on the grounds of the inadequate legal basis. So we have found it to be unconstitutional, but we have left it in force because some sense of, that notion that Professor Green was talking about, the sense of emergency is not necessarily something bad. It's needed in order to effectuate effective response, was also recognized by the courts. I don't know if that answers you adequately, but
thank you very much. I think your response sort of coincides with the introduction for the papers of Professor Baer, which starts with constitutional courts are like black boxes. You sort of put something in, but you don't know why a certain thing comes out the other way. Dr. Green, a question for you is concerning the culture of justification. And it's a very attractive concept. And we would all like to hold state power accountable to culture of justification. The question is whether the culture of justification is not something that is viable and possible in old democracies, because you come from you represent one of the oldest democracies and most established democracies. Would the same standard be applicable or viable in newer democracies? Or do you see no difference? Do you see the culture of justification as possible in absolute terms in all the countries?
I think that is a question I struggle with my research, is whether my trust in institutions is dependent upon a stable society. I think that's a valid criticism, but I think in terms of the rule of law, as we heard from Professor Bilkova earlier on, and I think she was talking about the culture of justification too, just in different ways, where she talked about how defending the rule of law is a structural and societal task. So perhaps the culture of justification isn't just about the legislature, the executive, the judiciary. It's the wider society too as a whole. And this is why the questions we had earlier about the importance of pluralism, the importance of a public space that is not controlled by oligarchs or tech bros is so important, because that wider civic space, that wider civic culture, I think is arguably as integral to the culture of justification as is the judiciary and the legislature. Particularly, I think where the judiciary does come into play importantly is in areas where there is what we call a counter-majoritarian problem, where democracy is acting in such a way to, and this happens mostly in national security emergencies, where democracy acts in a way to vilify what we call suspect communities, those minority groups who we perceive in the aftermath, usually of a terrorist attack, to be, they're the ones who are the most dangerous. We need measures to tackle them, and it's where the wider public and the wider democracy is operating in such a way as to say, yes, let's get those. By definition, they're a minority. They're going to be represented in the legislative branches. And it's in those instances where the role of the judiciary becomes so important. You can compare it in contrast. So I like to think of COVID as an ideal state of emergency, in the sense that it was the closest we could get to objectively verifying that this emergency existed. You know, you can model that this is what is going to happen mathematically if we don't take in these measures. You cannot do the same with things like terrorism. Essentially, a lot of it does come down to trust. And also these measures tend to just be targeted at a specific minority, whereas when we look at COVID, the measures affected everybody. And actually, democracy operated in such a way during COVID to ensure that those powers were temporary. And I know a lot of people have debated about emergency powers and COVID, but at the end of the day, there are, you know, are any of these powers, they might be on the statute books, are they still in effect? Whereas if you look at the counter-terrorism powers post 9/11, and yes, you know, I work and live in the UK, which is, you know, one of the oldest democracies in the world, but it is also one of the democracies with the longest experiences of quite draconian counter-terrorism powers as well. So I think when we're thinking about the dangers of emergencies, we need to be thinking about actually, very often it's in the areas where there's a counter-majoritarian difficulty, where democracy is perhaps vilifying rather than protecting and vindicating minority groups.
Thank you very much for the response. It puts a bit of weight on the shoulders of courts, especially in newer democracies and problematic democracies, maybe that we talked about in the morning, the oligarchies and so on. I would really like to have a question or two from the audience, otherwise we have our beautiful little chat between us. And luckily, Professor Bear is helping me out, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for these wonderful contributions. I keep taking notes and keep on thinking, so I don't have any positioned response. I have an additional question. But it is a biased question. Since I'm in love with proportionality, it might go back to my national background or my commitment to fundamental rights. And so I don't want to give up on proportionality. And it was a question which was raised very often around the COVID rulings, but also around the security rulings and others. And in the COVID rulings, the main question was usually, how do you apply the proportionality test when there's widespread violations of a ton of fundamental rights all over to many people in diverse settings, etc., etc. So there's a cumulative kind of extent of fundamental rights violations, and yeah, we thought about it, etc. But it did not stop us from applying proportionality. So I wonder whether you consider that a real problem and whether you agree with it. But the problem you mentioned was the double uncertainty. And I'm not so sure whether this is a problem for proportionality or whether there is a problem of what I call constitutional heuristics, which is the knowledge problem courts are confronted with all over the place and will be confronted with even more in the future. Because I think the climate change cases do that, the security cases do that, the risk technology cases did that in the past already, the COVID cases do that. They confront courts with a question of what are the facts? What's out there? How do you assess risk? What is happening? The problem everybody has, but courts have to decide. So what do? We employ what I call constitutional heuristics in that we say, okay, the burden of proof is with you, and I need plausible arguments. Plausibility is enough for me. And if you don't come up with plausibility accounts of whatever I require, you're out. But I do take into account that with risk assessment, nobody knows anything for sure, so plausibility of prognostic data is sufficient. So what I'm trying to describe is a navigating knowledge practice rather than a change of proportionality assessments. Because didn't we have to do that always in risk technology cases, in all kinds of other cases? And isn't that an additional problem, another problem, but not a proportionality problem per se? So proportionality then has to be applied, taking those heuristic challenges into account, but it still leaves proportionality in place. Why do I say that? Because I would not have believed that when I came to the court, because I was a critical constitutional but having lived through 12 years of discussing things with people who were of totally different opinions than I was, proportionality was the device to help us navigate these discussions without basically killing each other, but to sort out what arguments count on what level and what argument is out. And so this is why I'm in love with proportionality, not only because I'm German, in love with proportionality and don't want to drop it along the way. So I wonder whether the heuristic problem is the dominant problem in those cases. Thank you.
It's primarily a question directed at Judge Aceto, but maybe Judge Mitz can follow up on the approach of the Latvian Constitutional Court, which seems to be different.
Yes, thank you. It's a wonderful question, and I can start by saying I'm also a big believer in proportionality, and in my experience, it has also been a very useful conceptual tool to steer the debate, even though, in some regards, right, it can acquire mythical properties that are not really warranted in truth. I remember some debates at the court, we are among friends, right, where somebody would have said, now the question for us is whether we are to adopt the very strict proportionality review where all the outcomes are mathematically predictable, or whether we go with a laxer rationality test or something of the sort, where it's more vague what the outcome will be. And of course, the conceptual framework of proportionality allows for just as much, I suppose, discussion and disagreement on whether or not a particular step was met, right? So I think that what we have been faced with in COVID times has been the quest for the appropriate conceptual tools within the proportionality test to make our assessment something that resembled the traditional judicial review as opposed to anything goes, or it's a matter of faith, right? It's a matter of trust. It's a matter of deference. And I think, there were different concepts being contemplated. In Italy, I could see early on a lot of debates on whether or not it's a matter of using precautionary principle as an element of discussion, right? So different approaches were being taken. And in our case, I think our approach really was, if the government is calling upon a laxer standard of review because they're dealing with this sort of unpredictability and uncertainty, we are happy to accommodate it within the test of proportionality as long as these additional criteria are met. So if you want to, right, address the knowledge shortcoming by, we're doing the best we can, so trust us. Then we say, then make it very apparent that you have sought the expert advice, that you are proceeding on the expert advice, that you are transparent in communicating this. Like Dr. Green said, I don't think there's a reason, right, to claim some clandestine knowledge you cannot partake, impart, and make it limited, right? So that as the expert advice improves, as your assessment can be more nuanced, you actually revisit the issue. So those were the attempts, I think, on the part of the court to stay faithful to the proportionality test by addressing the knowledge problem. Right? And say, if you want to invoke that, those are the rules. And otherwise, we proceed on the even more traditional steps of proportionality. That was the idea. I think, ultimately, by and large, the legal communities would prove us right. There were always, and I think we all suffered from it. I remember reading about some of your experiences. We were criticized by all the sides, right? By those who were critical of the government measures when we did not strike them down, by those supporting them when we did strike them down or found them to be unconstitutional. But ultimately, I think that in the long run, a lot of the courts in most of the countries performed their role the way that I would have expected them to, and were borne out in that regard.
Starting with the Latvian Constitutional Court, I can only say that with regard to the 5 cases in the context of COVID, which have been considered, all of them were considered by applying traditional test of restrictions, and there have been no problems from a perspective, from a conceptual point of view of proportionality, of applying proportionality considerations in those cases. So, of course, it might depend on the case, yeah, but Latvian experience doesn't show any particular problems in that respect. But, of course, and I think important point is that has several times been made, the states of emergency are very different. Terrorism, for example, is a different threat, but I can briefly mention one interesting case from the European Court of Human Rights, which had to deal with the situation, emergency law, whose aim was to fight with terrorism. That's case Jamenchud versus France, considered by a chamber, 7 judges. And in that case, in 2015, when there were terror acts committed in Paris, France adopted law declaring state of emergency with specific purpose, and the derogation was made with a purpose to fight against terrorism. And right after these terrorist attacks, there had to be, there took place in Paris the COP21 meeting on environmental matters. And the French authorities applied so-called house arrest or assignation à résidence to several persons who were likely expected to cause violent protests against environmental conference. And the argument, and it was done under the domestic legislation to fight against terrorism, and the main argument was that since the police and military are deployed exactly for the purpose of preventing possible terrorist attacks, there is not sufficient force to ensure smooth running of the conference and preventing violence. And the European Court of Human Rights accepted this interpretation of French law with respect to the article, it was freedom of movement, Article 2 of Protocol 4, and said that with respect to these persons, the interpretation of the law as such was accepted. And then the court considered that with respect to one of the applicants, by applying the normal test of restrictions, it was disproportionate actually to apply this house arrest on the person. And then from the point of view of methodology, you have to assess under Article 15 whether this situation can be exempted due to derogation by France or not. And here the European Court of Human Rights said that since the derogation was made for the purposes of fighting against terrorism, so it's too remote from the perspective of Article 15. It was not required by the exigencies of the situation in terms of Article 15 of the European Convention of Human Rights. So in a sense, this is an example where the European Court of Human Rights understands the problem of fighting against terrorism. It's unpredictable in many respects. But then again, when it comes to strict application of legal standards, in this case, Article 15, there has been a narrow interpretation still adopted what can be done during the state of emergency. And then, like, if environment is mentioned, that's a completely different situation. Perhaps we are living in a state of emergency, what's happening out there. And we see that, for example, last year, the European Court of Human Rights, in the case against Switzerland, looked upon the situation from a perspective of Article 8, private life, and positive measures. And we see that it requires, and it's not only about the European Court of Human Rights, it applies to all courts, and it requires some sort of commitment and willingness to go into the matter if the court considers that the situation has become serious enough, with a serious enough effect on fundamental rights. And there are, as the Swiss case, for example, shows, there are legal methodologies which you can apply and try to solve it as far as possible with legal means. Thank you.
Very much, I support the idea of declaring state of emergency because of the cold outside. Dr. Green, do you have anything? Okay. In this case, Judge Zemele, the floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, and many thanks for this discussion, inspired also by Professor Bayer's comment on proportionality, and I would like to pick up actually here, because I think it is fair to say that currently we are not the first time living with various crises and emergencies. Our civilization has seen the wars, the crisis, well, all along. And it is from this experience that a number of legal standards, legal principles, and the methodology mentioned by Martin has emerged. And I think it is also fair to say that we have in Europe sort of the basic approach to looking at limitations when they are decided upon for one or another reason, in examining whether they are compatible with democracy. We actually do more or less the same thing. So we share a tradition of methodology in how we assess the lawfulness, legitimacy, and proportionality of limitations on any of the fundamental rights. I think that is extremely important to underline that we have a common European tradition in that. The constitutional courts, European Court of Human Rights, as well Court of Justice. True, we will have slight differences on the systems. I mean, if European Union legislator decides for some reason not to provide, in terms of proportionality examination, the whole way approach, as I say, and stop before proportionality stricto sensu, that's a decision of the EU legislator. Well, we know that in the German tradition and in the Latvian tradition, there will always be the whole way examining up to the very end the proportionality stricto sensu. So, of course, in the systems that live together on our continent, there will be nuances, fair enough. But whether it is the times of emergency or crisis, I think it is extremely important that we, as the judges and academics, in fact, do know that we will go through the examination of that limitation in a certain way, and that's part of our legal tradition. On the uncertainty, I would say our tradition, legal tradition, offers the legal principles. And again, Martin already mentioned precautionary principle. I mean, it is there. We operate with that. We operate with that in Latvian Constitutional Court, and we operate with that in the Court of Justice, and I believe in the European Court of Human Rights as well. And then there are other relevant legal principles that we will concretize depending on the situation. So, I personally believe that we do have the necessary tools. It is nice to question them on a regular basis. And it is part of who we are. So we keep questioning, are we still on the right track? But I do believe that we are, and we do have the necessary means. Thanks.
Thank you very much for bringing us back to a common ground that we all share. Would anybody like to reflect on Judge Zemele's comment? Perhaps within the context of final remarks, I think we have a few minutes left, so if you would like to maybe incorporate your response to Judge Zemele's comment in the final remarks, that would be perfectly welcome.
Okay, I think we're all in agreement in this respect, right? It reminds me of the As president of the court, I have participated in some European Commission meetings on the rule of law. And the issue was, is it significant? Is it something that should be respected? And I said, the room full of presidents of constitutional and Supreme Courts is the nicest room to put this question to, right? Because I would be very surprised if anyone present would say, no, actually, the rule of law is a gimmick and should not be respected. In the same spirit, the proportionality test, I suppose we all believe in it and we use it and we appreciate it for the utility in making our review possible. The one challenge I sometimes see is when, and it happens in all the courts, including very importantly perhaps the European Court of Human Rights, is where a balance, a clash, a collision of rights is translated into a proportionality test, placing at the center the right which is being alleged to have been unlawfully infringed, right? So in that sense, the framing of the issue of the collision of rights as the proportionality test of interference with one of the rights, where the other one is just the justifying reason for that, is sometimes a little bit challenging. But it doesn't make the proportionality test less important and significant. So maybe I can, instead of the final remarks, conclude with that. I think we can and we should stick to the role of the courts. And to this day, I have not seen a crisis where the role of the courts would actually be, in any event, put into question, but rather was always reaffirmed, even if not always without criticism, right? So that's the, my take is, I don't think we have seen disruptive realities challenge the need for the role of the courts. And I'm happy to see that if I understand the theoretical approach, it seems to confirm that idea as well.
Very much. Perhaps, Judge Mitz, would you like to say a last few words?
Yeah, I think one common theme which transcends several speakers, this panel and previous panel, is that also in the times of emergencies, the courts are very important watchdog. And Latvian example, and not only shows that even in times of emergencies, courts can be active and should be active, because I think it's fair enough putting some pressure, which is a rule of law pressure, on those who have to take decisions speedily and under other pressure, either health issues or security issues. But it is important that constantly there is a reminder of whatever is a threat. There are red lines which must not be forgotten, and this is the extremely important role of the courts. Yeah, well, if something more will come to my mind, I will jump in, but for the time being, that's the main thing I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Green. The floor is yours to conclude the final remarks.
I might say something, maybe not critical of proportionality, but just to be aware of its context. So I think, I quite a lot of debate with other academics and practitioners about the role of derogation during COVID, and one of the arguments that was thrown back at me was, well, no, we should just do this under proportionality, just use the normal proportionality test, don't call it an emergency and scare people and it's all fine, keep calm and carry on. My problem with that is, again, it's this quarantining effect of emergency powers. A formal declaration of an emergency, particularly under Article 15 of the European Convention on Human Rights, is supposed to quarantine that exceptional power to an exceptional situation. And likewise, that jurisprudence surrounding those measures should be limited to formally declared emergencies only. Without that formal derogation, we are running that risk of these judgments that were, and their proportionality tests and applications of a proportionality test but nevertheless being done under what are de facto emergency conditions, where there are those political pressures in effect. And that jurisprudence then can be lied about and can lie around and be used to justify other measures outside of these exceptional circumstances. What's great about Article 15, and in particular, if you compare Article 15 with, say, Article 28.3.3 of the Irish Constitution, which effectively gives its legislature carte blanche, there's no requirement of proportionality built into that. Article 15, you get the formal declaration of emergency, and you have that requirement of proportionality. So my argument would be, yes, proportionality is great, but do it under, have this additional safeguard, this additional check of the formal declared emergency to ensure that we can have some degree of control and constraint over that jurisprudence in the future.
I would like to thank all three speakers for very high-level discussion that we have had today. And please join me in giving them a round of applause for their contribution today.
Un tagad konferences.
And now we are going to have the final session of the conference. We invite Inete Ziemeli, judge from Latvia, from the Court of Justice of the European Union, and the judge from Latvia at the European Court of Human Rights, Artur Skuč, who are also both from the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Latvia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if we follow the program, that means I have to continue. I was asked to address this very distinguished and a very important college that gathers here in Riga with some reflections on maybe a broader issue, a conceptual issue, that is, are we really in danger? Are our democracies in danger? And when the Constitutional Court of Latvia was preparing this conference, also for the benefit of the Ukrainian Constitutional Court, at that moment, when I started reflecting, that's what I came up with. I would like to discuss with you resilience of democracy. Of course, the danger is when you sit the whole day and listen to your colleagues, you realize if you hadn't prepared a speech before, for example, at this very stage, I would have provided you with a completely different speech. But there we are. I will lead you with my reflections on whether we are in the epoch of decline of democracy or whether we really can see and establish the fact that democracy is strong, resilient, and what it takes. So my starting point is that indeed the discussion on a decline of democracy has become a real fashion. And I think that has inspired also this conference, the points that have been that we have discussed the whole day. I would like, however, to remind that this is not a new phenomenon. And it is definitely not linked to the fact that now for a few months, one of the most influential democracies in the world has entered an epoch of chaos. If one looks at the literature and the research done, you will see that at least for more than 10 years, there is a lot of literature on decline of democracy. And it was already mentioned today that indeed, also when we sort of discuss the thesis on possible decline of democracy, that discussion will be different depending on the context, depending on the crisis that we would sort of take as an example. Now, the fact is that indeed, statistically, if we look around the world, we will see that the number of democracies, of the states that we would consider as democracies, is declining. However, I really would like to approach the challenges to democracy from this different perspective. And I really would like to discuss with you resilience of democracy. Now, I'm certain that we need to understand whether democracy is resilient and what makes democracy resilient. Because the moment we understand what actually makes it resilient, we can strengthen those elements. Now, to this end, I will begin by providing a reminder of what democracy entails. Secondly, I will address a thesis currently gaining ground among democratic institutions, that the more there are attacks on democracy, the more freedoms need to be restricted. And third, I will conclude with a few examples of the case law from both European courts and the Latvian Constitutional Court, which, in my analysis, evidence that it is not about the reduction of the field of human freedoms. It is about the exercise of all freedoms in good faith. Now, my comments on democracy are the following, and the point of departure for these observations are the works of Francis Fukuyama and Timothy Snyder. Both of these thinkers of our times begin their explanations in the books Identity and On Freedom, respectively, with certain understanding of human nature. They both underline that what distinguishes a human being from the rest of the species is the ability to make moral choices, to distinguish between good and bad. Fukuyama discusses the Arab Spring, Euromaidan, and actually I share his conclusion in that it would be too much to expect that these uprisings took place in the name of a particular form of democracy. But both mentioned that uprisings began because people have had enough of disrespect for their dignity by their governments, who not only had appropriated incredible wealth, but did not allow an average citizen to simply freely earn a decent living. Snyder adds another layer in his analysis of human character, which character is the key to understanding democracy. In addition to the basic need to freely earn a decent living, which of course leads to expectations as concerns state regulation of economic life of the society, as well as the need for access to relevant education, healthcare, which all enable the economic activity of everyone. Snyder talks about values of free men and women. Moral choices that we can make depend on values we grow up to have. It is important to underline that Snyder defines freedom both, and that's the key in this book, which is a wonderful book. He defines both freedom as negative, we know that, free from government interference, but most importantly, as positive. Freedom to be and freedom to have. Example that he takes is, for example, the medical care in US, which has never really lived up to the positive sense of freedom. Snyder shows how the absence of some free access to medical care, the absence of freedom to, makes individuals dependent on outside forces to the point of oftentimes that their dignity is violated. The government action, or the lack of it, has led to unfreedom. Moreover, freedom to make choices that necessarily includes value choices makes individuals less predictable in the eyes of the governments. Governments need predictable people. And here I often these days think about George Orwell's 1984. It comes to mind not only because of the Big Brother storyline, not only because of the Sword Police, or the revision of history through censorship of the archives, but there is another image in that book, reduction of language. I always thought that Orwell was absolutely brilliant in his novel for that time, because he was right when he included the whole story of losing one's language, its eloquence, its history, its vocabulary, which leads to losing dignity, autonomy, aspirations for recognition, which are the key elements of a free human being. So the real problem with social media, mentioned today already, or indeed on social media, as was rightly said, and their algorithms, is that they make us predictable. They affect the language we use and therefore the way we think. They reduce our freedom of choice and unpredictability in the eyes of the governments. By now, we know that elections can be abused and manipulated because of this effect. From this very rapid survey of some relevant reflections on human nature, I should propose the following elements that, in my view, are key to resilience of democracy. Disrespect for human dignity, the lack of opportunity and equal rights, especially in those societies who have been accustomed with rule of law and human rights, will sooner or later backfire in the eyes of those in power. The demise of the Soviet Union and the socialist systems in Eastern Europe is an example. The Arab Spring and Georgia today continue to be examples, and certainly also Ukraine, where there is definitely a fight against unfreedom. Democracy remains the form of governance of a society which is most apt to engage with human need for dignity, respect, and recognition. Democracy should continue empowering individuals rather than limiting and controlling their freedom, even though it sounds counterintuitive in times of evident threats to our societies. However, resilience of democracy is rooted in providing freedoms to its citizens, equal opportunities, protecting them from arbitrary power, including power of money and algorithms. It is therefore that the accumulation of wealth and power of algorithms within the hands of a few, as mentioned, should be strictly controlled and regulated. Money and algorithms are power. The European Union, in fact, is set to do exactly that, but as you know, has been also receiving some criticism from the businesses, and some indeed are justified, because regulation should not lead to over-bureaucratization, but regulation is needed to protect, for example, the whole case law on the data regulation, to protect, for example, the value of privacy, so that the big brother, I had already mentioned, would not control us every step of the way. In other words, modern democratic states should actually regulate all those social phenomena that are likely to have too much power and limit freedoms of average citizens, since resilience of democracy lies with free citizens and more, not less, freedoms and rights. So what about this proposition that the threat to democracy necessarily leads to narrowing the scope of human rights? In view of the above, I do not share this proposition at all. In my analysis, the opposite should be the approach and the strengths of democracy. There should be more freedom too, using Snyder's terminology. More equal rights and more opportunities is the answer. More assistance for those individuals who are lost in the world of, at least in theory, so many options and temptations. Dr. Green also mentioned economic crisis. In fact, I would like to recall the jurisprudence of the Latvian Constitutional Court at the time of economic crisis in 2009. It fits perfectly into this line of more freedom because it was the Constitutional Court that stood up against austerity measures, at least ensuring a minimum protection of the pensions and salaries, etc. And that was in this line of thought. For democracy to function fully, the society needs to debate actively common values, was mentioned today as well, but also honestly needs to debate the problems, disagreements, threats, and challenges. And indeed, a spider has to be called a spider, and that is the strength of democracy. I believe we all know by now we took democracy for granted, and we focused on building our individual wealth without discussing as societies the value of democracy, whether we still share it or whether we need to adapt to modern times. Democratic discussion and the free
Demokrātiskās diskusijas un brīvie mēdīji, kas diskutēja par demokrātiskām vērtībām.
Efficient. And more debates on democracy and associated values has been limited to bubbles of experts. Now, certainly we have an example next door from here of what we do not want to be and to become. So it was already mentioned today, we really do need to go back to the roots. I think that is the key. We need to go back to the roots. We need active civil society. We need representative political parties engaging directly with their citizens and not via TikTok. And by the way, I thought about it, and I think we might be surprised to see that the people go back to the meeting rooms, meeting halls. Now, that's to me the state of democracy, and that's to me the source of resilience of democracy, and we need to embrace it. So what about the role of the courts? And in these circumstances of obvious pressures on all of our democracies, what about the case law that has been sort of turned as the case law belonging to the area of the principle of self-defending democracy? Now, it is true that the courts, in my experience, and I am familiar with three different courts, the courts have stepped in and up to defend democracy and democratic values. Now, the courts are acutely aware of internal and external attacks on democracy. So what can exactly courts do? Because that was yet another question addressed today. I would like to share with you a very interesting article I read recently. The New York Times carried an opinion article entitled "The Courts Can't Stop the Trump Types" by David Broder. Now, the author identified rather aptly the question with reference to the recent condemnation of Madame Le Pen by the French courts and the banning in Romania by its constitutional court of the far-right ultranationalist presidential candidate from running again. Now, both of these examples have been called, as you know, by the US administration as witch hunt or lawfare, but in this context. Now, but are such courts' decisions going to stop what the author calls the world's Trumps? The author actually fears that such court practice will fuel the popularity of extreme right-wing parties. And the author of this article mentions a list of issues what makes, in fact, democracy vulnerable. I will probably not go into the detail, but the concern is that there is a fertile ground for populism and extreme right-wing movements because we do not share faith in institutions or even the same truths, the end of quote. Now, this distrust, of course, is fueled from outside, and as you know, the Russian Federation actually excels in fueling distrust in our democratic institutions. Now, the question remains whether court-endorsed prohibitions in the name of democracy that defends itself is the answer. That's a key question, actually, and I would like us to sort of leave this conference thinking about that. The Latvian Constitutional Court on 29 June 2018 passed a judgment in the case regarding the constitutional claim of a well-known Latvian Russian politician who is deprived of the right to run for the Latvian parliament because she was a member of the Communist Party whose members after 1991 acted against the Latvian independence. However, with time, the question for Latvia's democracy was just how long can these individuals be banned from the right to be candidates? The Constitutional Court explained that the idea and purpose of such a ban continues to be constitutional, but that the individual assessment of the risk to democracy is required. In this case, such facts as open support for Russia's occupation of Crimea and similar acts of this person, not compatible with the values of the Constitution, indicated that she represents risks to Latvia's independence and democracy. And the Constitutional Court added that the general ban needs to be periodically reviewed and that in any event, the Latvian legal system as such has means and requires an individual assessment of the threat by the people concerned. Now, this case was followed up by the European Court of Human Rights, where the person turned, and the judgment was handed down in July last year. The Human Rights Court took a note of the fact that in its reading, the Constitutional Court had narrowed the scope of the general ban by supplementing it with a new criterion, namely that the person threatened or still threatens the independence of the state and the principles of democratic state governed by rule of law. While I do not think that the Constitutional Court added a new criteria, it simply explained what already exists in the Latvian legal system, based on principles of democracy and respect for human rights. But the fact remains that the Human Rights Court accepted such a reading of the national law by the Constitutional Court and considered it foreseeable. And it recognized that while a member of parliament cannot be required to be loyal to the government, these individuals can be required to be loyal to the state, which includes respect for the country's constitution, laws, institutions, independence, and territorial integrity. And it found it important that the applicant had never distanced herself from the undemocratic positions of the Communist Party of that time of Latvia. It was also important that, of course, the applicant had all the effective remedies in place. It is therefore that the Human Rights Court did not find a violation with the applicant's right to be a candidate for national parliamentary elections, despite the ban lasting 34 years. How do we explain and reconcile this case law with the point I made at the start, that the resilience of democracy lies with more freedom to and equal rights? I also believe that democracy should not allow its values to be exploited by those who act in bad faith. Democracy should not be naive, and abuses of the rights should not be permitted. And it is in this frame that, for example, closing down the Russian TV stations in the European Union reflects indeed that Europe is coming to grips with understanding that its space of freedom and rights may also be abused by some. Now, in the book Identity, Francis Fukuyama argues that the core challenge of modern democratic societies is identity politics, understanding who we are and what unites us as societies. Democratic societies have always been composed of different identities. The difficulty is that social media make these different identities more visible and enables the connections that at some point may become, or in extreme cases, they may become, of course, dangerous from within the society. However, I believe that dissatisfaction and antagonism to existing institutions also comes from limited freedom too. I think we have not fully delivered what democracy actually can deliver to our citizens, including how we steer our economies, which should lead to more opportunities to the people. At the same time, and most importantly, enabling freedom should be conditioned by acceptance of community values. And that's my last example, the Court of Justice, again in a recent case, Keren C-158/23, rendered 4 February 2025, on a preliminary request from the Netherlands Council of State, confirmed that in accordance with the EU law, the Netherlands is entitled to demand from the recipients of international protection that they pass the civic integration exam and learn the language. And this approach indeed joins that of Ždanoka II case in the Human Rights and the Latvian Constitutional Court, that individuals must be loyal to the state and the constitution. And it is in this context, and I'm closing, I can only subscribe to the wisdom of Francis Fukuyama when he says, basic human rights are universal, but full enjoyment of rights actively enforced by state power, freedom too, is a reward for membership in a national community, and acceptance of that community's rules. So the role of the courts is to enforce more human rights and more freedoms, to enable equal opportunities, and certainly make sure that rights and opportunities are enabled to all those who accept the rules of a democratic community to which they belong. And I think this reflection, to me, is valid for both. For the times when we feel we are in crisis, but also for the normal times. And so to me, the key to resilience, our resilience, is actually more respect for fundamental rights and freedoms. I thank you for your attention.
Dear colleagues, I will speak in Latvian, therefore I will ask you to pick up the headphones.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to start by thanking my dear Constitutional Court of Latvia and the co-organizers from the Ukrainian Constitutional Court for the invitation to be here. We have talked at great length about challenges today, and it was a big challenge or major challenge for me to summarize all the discussions and exchanges that we have had today. So it was quite challenging and tough for me to do that. And at this conference, mostly justices, but not only, also researchers, representatives of international organizations and Venice Commission and executive branches exchanged views on how to protect our democracies today, our shared values today, shared values such as democracy, human rights, and rule of law. I used to think that judges might have different views on this, but it seems that we are very much on the same page when it comes to safeguards that are needed, and everyone basically reiterated that this is a challenging, turbulent time for all of us, a challenging time for our shared values that have been at the core of the European project for more than 7 decades already. There are violations of the international laws, such as, of course, the most vivid example of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. There are migration crises, hybrid attacks, and, of course, internal challenges like polarization of societies and growing extremism and ideologies and attacks on the judiciary. Some speakers were quite pessimistic about the future. One might even say that they are quite close to reality, and they mentioned that derogations are becoming the new normal, or exceptions are becoming the new normal, or emergencies are becoming a new normal. And the rule of democracies around the world is seriously threatened. Many, however, challenged that. Some have mentioned that countries have not learned from their past, have not learned, made any lessons from the pandemic, and judiciary is still not ready to face the emergencies and challenges that they bring along. Well, being here in Latvia, this unfortunately is not a philosophical issue. It is rather a very real issue. Are we and our judicial system ready to work in wartime conditions? Our courts, are they ready for the war? We have to think whether our democracies and whether we are ready for such challenges. When describing challenges, many of us mentioned external factors such as the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the hybrid war, and attempts to sway people's minds across Europe, and some focused on the pandemic, migration crisis, and climate change as the biggest challenges to our countries, which is quite natural, of course, because there are countries that have been directly affected by the Russian aggression because we are bordering with them, and we directly feel threats to our statehood as a result of that. Several speakers also underlined the consequences of hybrid war and disinformation on our democracy, and also attempts to meddle with our elections and sway people during the elections. And I would like to also mention one of the cases that is in its early stages in the European Court of Human Rights. I'm talking about Ben Bradshaw and others against the United Kingdom. It is in very early stages at the moment. It's been communicated to the government. And if the case will end up in court, then the court will have to address several very important issues that we also tried to discuss today about the positive obligations of the state to protect free elections, for example. In this case, several members of the UK Parliament have complained about the European Human Rights Convention, Protocol 1, Article 3, the rights to free elections that have been violated according to them, and their claim is based on two arguments. First of all, that the UK government has not sufficiently investigated information about the role of Russia in 2019 parliamentary elections in the UK, although Parliament had several inquiries about this and several reports on this. And secondly, that UK government, according to the claimant, have not fulfilled their positive obligations, i.e. they have not adopted the necessary legal regulation to ensure free elections and free voting. So this would be the first occasion where the court would have to decide whether the Convention and Protocol 1, Article 3 require a country to fulfill such a positive obligation, or in other words, to adopt the legislation that protects the voter integrity from external threats, and would it have to investigate on mandatory basis any attempts to meddle with elections, supposedly by other countries. Despite differences, different views among our speakers with regard to how to react to these new challenges, there is a common denominator nevertheless. We're all aware of the democracy and rule of law being one of the core values for all of us. We have differences on how to best protect these values and strengthen the resilience of democracy. We talked whether emergency, state of emergency is the solution or not, and again, the views differed on this. Can we apply the regular proportionality test with regard to restrictions, or should we apply derogations from the European Human Rights Convention that are permitted in the Article 15? What are the pros and cons? We talked about that. We talked about the borders or the limits of the state of the emergency and how judiciary and executive should get involved in these emergency assessments, state of emergency assessments. Do we need some kind of a unique new approach, or whether we can rely on the existing mechanisms and instruments? That was what we discussed here. The solutions that were proposed by the speakers were quite varied, and that is only, again, natural, because some colleagues are facing war realities on daily basis, whereas there are other colleagues who have this historic experience that has made them very cautious with regard to derogations from the traditional proportionality test. So they're very cautious about such restrictions and their proportionality. However, the diversity of views also shows that we are part of this family of democratic countries, and we are able to discuss solutions and talk and hear solutions that might not be fully acceptable straight away for us due to a number of reasons. Yesterday, for example, during the dinner with colleagues, we also talked about needing to appreciate what we have more. The opportunity to freely discuss anything is a great value. You cannot really imagine what it would feel like if we would have a justice from the Russian Constitutional Court, and how free they are, and what's their extent of freedom, and how free they are to act. All speakers underlined the significant role of constitutional courts and justices and supreme courts in protecting democracy, human rights, and rule of law during the emergencies, keeping the checks and balances in place. We must also, of course, be aware of different limitations or restrictions. Although courts play a major significant role, according to some of the speakers, it is also down to the democratic culture in the country that is shaped by media, education system, civic society, values that we have grown up with, have been raised on. Without democratic culture, our societies are weak, and we will not be able to defend our democracies properly. I would like to conclude by underlining that different emergencies, in the context of different countries, require different responses from a judiciary. Restrictions that are good for wartime conditions will not be good for the pandemic and vice versa. A strong opinion, but not the only opinion, that was voiced here was the bigger the threat, the bigger the limitation or restriction should be. Yet again, although national security during emergencies or during the crisis require legitimate restrictions of human rights as a way to respond, these are also the cases when the human rights are being abused and the power is being abused. And also, emergencies should not become a new normal, should not continue longer than needed, as Ukrainian experience shows. Unfortunately, emergency can continue for years. And I'm repeating myself, but I firmly believe that strong, independent, active judiciary that enjoys the widest, broadest possible public trust is the one that will never allow the executive to open the Pandora box on the insane restrictions of human rights, and will be able to defend democratic processes and society against abuse of their rights. May we all succeed in this noble objective. Thank you.
Aicināšu teikt konferences noslēguma uzrunas. Vispirms mūsu sadarbības.
And now I would like to give the floor for the closing remarks to our partner and co-organizer, the acting president of the Ukrainian Constitutional Court, Madam Yurovska. Please, the floor is yours for the closing remarks.
I'm the first. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear Madam the President of the Constitutional Court of Latvia, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine and my colleagues, Alla Olinik and Olha Savira, I would like to express our gratitude to everyone and the organizer of this international conference, especially the Constitutional Court of Republic of Latvia and to project of the Council of Europe, support to the development of constitutional justice in Ukraine, for holding such an important event, for opportunity for us to be here without sirens and explosions. For me, to be a speaker, it's my first experience, and I liked it. Thank you. I sincerely thank the participants and experts for the high level of discussion, constructive dialogue, and commitment to strengthening constitutional democracy in difficult times for our country. Today we have all reaffirmed once again that Constitutional Court play a key role in ensuring the rule of law, protection of human rights, and resilience of democratic institutions in the face of modern challenges. In times of crisis, the mission of constitutional courts is of particular importance, as it is Our institution that guard constitutional principles guarantee the balance of power mechanism and serve as a legal benchmark for society. Today's discussion continued that emergency should not be an excuse to weaken fundamental democratic principles. On the contrary, they require even greater responsibility, caution, and professional competence in decision-making. Constitutional Court not only assess the legitimacy of human rights restrictions during crisis, but also develop mechanisms for their protection in the future, ensuring that such actions are in line with democratic standards and the rule of law. In the midst of complex challenges, Ukraine continues to prove its commitment to democratic values and legal standards. The Constitutional Court of Ukraine is a guarantee of stability and legal certainty, operates in accordance with the best European practice. Thank you, every judge of a court who support us. Protecting the right and freedom of citizens even in the most difficult times. The exchange of experience between constitutional courts of different countries is invaluable for the development of effective legal mechanisms. The discussion we have had today allow us to find common approaches to solving the problems faced by democratic countries. I am convinced that such meetings not only strengthen our professional cooperation, but also contribute to the overall development of constitutional justice. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the preservation of constitutional values depends on the efforts of each of us, on our commitment to professional standards, on our readiness to defend democratic principles. I sincerely thank you all for your support of our country, for your tireless work and significant contribution to the development of constitutional justice. Concluding remarks, and I'm starting to miss this high-level discussion and to look forward to the next international conference. But I would like to ask everyone again, please remember that now Ukrainians are defending our European values and national identity with their lives as the front. Thank you.
To conclude the international conference, we give the floor to President of the Latvian Constitutional Court, Irēna Kucina. Dear friends and colleagues, guests, this brilliant day of a regular conference of the Constitutional Court is coming to an end. We are going to take many brilliant new ideas to our daily life. I don't want to repeat what was said by Mr. Kuč and Madam Ziemele. They provided a summary and insight into the events, into what is happening in our countries, in the world, in Europe. And yet I would like to highlight some of the findings that will be my takeaway from the conference, and perhaps you will also find these important. Today, unfortunately, extraordinary circumstances has become our new reality. War in Europe, cybercrimes, attempts to undermine defense mechanisms of democracy. We see that the force of power wants to prevail over the force of law. Our is the ability to adjust without losing our fundamental values: dignity, freedom, and equality before law. Constitutional courts today is the last pillar which, in moments of crisis, is guarding democracy. Trust in courts is a cornerstone of national resilience. Sustainability of democracy is not based only in institutions, but also in active and free and responsible society. By respecting human dignity, providing equal opportunities without allowing the excessive influence of algorithms, money, and power, we keep democracy alive. We have to follow public discussion, and we have to shape the space of values. In times of crisis, states must respond quickly, but with special responsibility and legal care. Each decision should be reviewed according to the principles of timeliness and proportionality. We were speaking about red lines in Europe, and we understand that the intensity of red lines differ in Europe, depending upon geographical closeness to the threat or understanding of the price that we have to pay for the freedom. That is why we have to keep discussing our red lines in our common European legal thought and space. However, it is more important than identifying these findings is implementing them in legal legality in real life. Today, many people say that Europe during the last decades has lacked decisiveness, united approach, courage, awareness of true reality and prediction of threats. However, we saw in the examples of analyzed case law and facts of the cases, we see that the courts keep working. They take very brave rulings that are oriented towards the nature, because the choices we make today will echo in that Europe which the next generation will call their common home. In this context, I would like to wish to all of us to turn, starting from tomorrow, all these findings into our daily work in our institutions. In our institutions, which all together are protecting common European values. So really, to make this homework in a meaningful way, we need a certain trial period. And we will be able to look back to it and rectify errors, and then again come to overcome next challenges. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the key speakers and moderators, all those who created these very high-level, interesting findings by participating in discussions. We have the tradition to publish a paper of the conference, and this really creates a history and is a proof that European institutions of constitutional review are overcoming challenges together. I would like to thank this beautiful house, the Black Hats House, for hosting us in these historical interiors, which remind us of the fact that unity is found, power is in unity, because people of Latvia restored this building which was destroyed at the end of the Second World War. I would like to sincerely thank, and please take a look at the screens, the team of our Constitutional Court for organizing the conference. We worked all together to develop the concept of the conference and to prepare the content, to identify most important findings, to organize all the technical details, to reflect the course of the conference on our communication channels, and you can follow this. And also, we had individual and very approach to all participants. I hope that you enjoyed here, that you felt the spring, that you felt the enthusiasm. I would like to thank all our partners of cooperation who participated in organizing the conference. And also, I would like to thank the interpreters for this work in 3 languages. And the best of success to all of us. Thank you.